Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello to anybody who's there. We are just waiting for somebody to join the show. And we will get going. We'll just have a little chit chat today about predictions in regard to the future. Any of you out there have any premonitions or prophecies as to what is going to happen to humanity in the near term, mid-term, or long term? It would be interesting to hear what you have to say on the matter. Hello to Global, who is already here. I do hope you are exceedingly well. But we are just waiting for others to join the show. Hello, welcome. This is the Finding Gnosis show, I suppose. You are here, and we are going to talk about prophecies, I think. That is what I prophesized for this show today. And I didn't really prophesize it too long ago, so forgive me if it's a little bit chaotic. But you know what? We'll just chat about what we think is going to happen, our predictions for the future. Each of you can prophesize on that. And we might look into prophecies around the world more famous than our musings or utterance. And we'll see where we get, along the way. Hopefully, we might find some gnosis. So if you want to join the show, as always, the link is in chat. So do feel exceedingly welcome to join the show and have your say, as as you always are welcome to do so. on this show here at Finding Gnosis. Yeah, so we will now go forth and read something to do with prophecy. And no better place to do that, I suppose, for amateurs like me than Wikipedia. So prophecy in religion, mythology, and fiction, prophecy is a message that has been communicated to a person, typically called a prophet, by a natural entity. Prophecies are a feature of many cultures and belief systems and usually contain divine will or law or preternatural knowledge, for example, of future events. Okay, so preternatural is that which appears outside, beside, or beyond the natural. It is suspended between the mundane and the miraculous. They can be revealed to the prophet in various ways, depending on the religion and the story, such as visions or direct interaction with divine beings in physical form. Stories of prophetic deeds sometimes receive considerable attention, and some have been known to survive for centuries through oral tradition or as religious texts. So here we have a 16th woodcut of a soothsayer delivering a prophecy to a king, deriving it from stars, fishes, and noises from the mountains. Okay, a soothsayer. This is someone who practices divination, an attempt to gain insight into a question or situation, into a question or situation. Sorry, one moment. So, divination, the attempt to gain insight into a question or situation by way of an occultic ritual or practice. Using various methods throughout history, diviners ascertain their interpretations of how a querent should proceed by reading signs, events, or omens, or through alleged contact with spirits. Okay. I'm sure you already knew that. The etymology of prophecy, the function of a prophet, appeared from about 1225. So the word appeared about 1225 as an English word from the Old French prophétie, which was from the 12th century, and from prophetia, which is Greek. The gift of interpreting the will of God, from the Greek prophetes. Okay, see prophet and related meaning. Things spoken or written by a prophet. Dates from circa 1300, while the verb to prophecy is recorded by 1377. Okay. Definitions. Okay. Maimonides. Moses ben Maimon, commonly known as Maimonides, Maimonides, was also referred to by the Hebrew acronym Rambam. Rambam. That's a cool name. Was a Sephardic rabbi and philosopher who became one of the most prolific and influential Torah scholars of the Middle Ages in his time. Okay. So anyway, Rambam suggested that prophecy is, in truth and reality, an emanation sent forth by a divine being through the medium of the active intellect, in the first instant to man's rational faculty and then to imaginative faculty. Okay. Thank you, Rambam. Right. The views of Rambam closely relate to the by Al-Farabi, who was an early Islamic philosopher and music theorist. He has been designated the father of Islamic Neoplatonism and Islamic political philosophy. And he developed the theory of prophecy in Islam. Okay, much of the activity of the Old Testament prophets involved conditional warnings rather than immutable futures. A summary of a standard Old Testament prophetic formula might run: repent of sin and turn to righteousness, otherwise consequence Y will occur. Okay. St. Paul emphasizes edification and comfort in a definition of prophesying. The Catholic Encyclopedia defines a Catholic conception of prophecy as understood in its strict sense. It means the foreknowledge of future events though it may sometimes apply to past events of which there is no memory, and to present hidden things which cannot be known by the natural light of reason. According to the Western esotericist Rosemary Gilly, clairvoyance has been used as an adjunct to divination, prophecy, and magic. From a skeptical point of view, a Latin maxim exists: prophecy written after the fact. Vaticanium ex eventu. The Jewish Torah already deals with the topic of the false prophet in Deuteronomy. Okay. Vaticanium ex eventu, or post eventum, is a technical, theological, or historiographical term referring to a prophecy written after the author already had information about the events being foretold. Okay. Okay. Right, let's see if there's anybody here. Salutations to Brother Marcus. We're just doing a little chill stream here, reading about prophecies. If you want to come and join us, please do. Right. In the Baha'i faith, that faith that is growing around the world, apparently, fortunately or perhaps unfortunately, depending on your view of it. In 1863, Baha'u'llah, the founder of the Baha'i faith, claimed to have been promised messianic figure, claimed to have been the promised messianic figure of all previous religions and a manifestation of God. Well, I suppose if he was, we're in deep shit because it hasn't done much for the rest of the world, has it? Anyway, a type of prophet in the Baha'i writings that serves as an intermediary between the divine and humanity, who speaks with the voice of God. Baha'u'llah claimed that while being imprisoned in the Sayyachal in Iran, he underwent a series of experiences, including having a vision of the Maid of Heaven, who told him of his divine mission and the promise of divine assistance. In Baha'i belief, the Maid of Heaven is a representation of the divine. Some might say he plagiarized it from the Catholic Church, where it's seen as just a ripoff of the Virgin Mary. But, maybe he was just inspired by it. Anyway, because the Baha'is like to, unless I'm ignorant, they like to say there's strands of truth in every religion. How diplomatic of them. How diplomatic of them. Buddhism, the Heidong Kosangyon biographies of high monks records that King Biopyong of Silla desired to promulgate Buddhism as the state religion. However, officials in his court opposed him. In the 14th year of his reign, Biopyong, his grand secretary Ayakadon, devised a strategy to overcome court opposition. Ikadon schemed with the king, convincing him to make a proclamation granting Buddhism official state sanction using the royal seal. Ikadon told the king to deny having made such a proclamation when the opposing officials received it, and demanded an explanation. Okay. Instead, Ikadon would confess and accept the punishment of execution for what would quickly be seen as a forgery. Ikadon prophesied to the king that at his execution, a wonderful miracle would convince the opposing court faction of Buddhism's power. Ikadon's scheme went as planned, and the opposing officials took the bait. When Ikadon was executed on the 15th day of the 9th month in 527 AD, I presume, his prophecy was fulfilled. The earth shook, the sun was darkened, beautiful flowers rained from the sky. His severed head flew to the sacred Guamgang mountains, and milk instead of blood sprayed 100 feet in the air from his beheaded corpse. The omen was accepted by the opposing court officials as a manifestation of heaven's approval, and Buddhism was made the state religion in 526 AD. Okay. Biopong of Silla. Well, look, he was the king. Okay, so he was the 23rd monarch of Silla, one of the three kingdoms of Korea. He was preceded by King Yi Jong and succeeded by King Jin Jong. His name was inscribed in Bongpyeong, Silla Stele, and Cheonjeonri petroglyphs as Mojiki. In Chinese literature, his name was written as Mojin. Okay, thank you for that. Christianity. According to Walter Brueggemann, whoever he is, let's have a look who he is. Walter Brueggemann is an American Protestant, so we can't trust the word he says. Joke, yeah, unless, you think I'm right. Anyway, Walter Brueggemann is an American Protestant Old Testament scholar and theologian who is widely considered one of the most influential Old Testament scholars of the last several decades. Okay, his work often focuses on Hebrew prophetic tradition and socio-political imagination of the church. Okay, right. According to Walter Brueggemann, the task of prophetic Christian ministry is to nurture, nourish, and evoke a consciousness and perception alternative to the consciousness and perception of the dominant culture. Okay, what are they going to do then, just theoretically, if that is the task of the Christian ministry? What are they going to do if and when the Christian perception becomes the dominant culture? I mean, are they going to stop then and not convert the others? Anyway, a recognized form of Christian prophecy is the prophetic drama, which Frederick Dillistone described as a metaphorical conjunction between present situations and future events. Okay, thank you for that. So, Christian prophecy, a metaphorical conjunction between present situations and future events. Lovely jubbly. Okay, later Christianity, in his dialogue with Trypho, Justin Martyr argued that prophets were no longer among Israel, but were in the church. The Shepherd of Hermas, sometimes called The Shepherd, is a Christian literary work of the late first half of the 2nd century, considered as a valuable book by many Christians and considered a canonical scripture by some of the early church fathers, such as Irenaeus. It was written in the mid-2nd century, and it describes the way prophecy was being used within the church of that time. Irenaeus, let's have a look at this guy, Irenaeus. Irenaeus was a Greek bishop noted for his role in guiding and expanding Christian communities in the southern regions of present-day France, and widely for the development of Christian theology by opposing Gnostic interpretations of Christian scripture. Okay, interesting. Irenaeus confirms the existence of such spiritual gifts in his Against Heresies. Oh yeah, I heard about that one. Against Heresies, sometimes referred to by its Latin title, Adversus Heresies, is a work of Christian theology written in Greek about the year 180 AD by Irenaeus, the bishop of Lugdunum. Although some modern commentators claim that Montanus, Montanus was the 2nd century founder of Montanism, okay, and a self-proclaimed prophet. Montanus emphasized the work of the Holy Spirit in a manner which set him apart from the great church. Okay. Although some modern commentators claim that Montanus was rejected because he claimed to be a prophet, a careful examination of history shows that he was controversial because of the manner in which he prophesied and the doctrines he propagated. Okay, prophecy and other spiritual gifts were somewhat rarely acknowledged throughout the church history, and there are few examples of the prophetic and certain other gifts until the Scottish Covenanters, like Prophet Peden. Alexander Peden, was the leading figures of the Covenanter movement in Scotland. Okay. And George Wishart. Okay. I mean, what the hell are the Covenanters? Covenanters were members of a 17th century Scottish religious and political movement who supported a Presbyterian Church of Scotland, Presbyterian Church of Scotland, and the primacy of its leaders in religious affairs. It originated in disputes with James VI and his son Charles I over church organization and doctrine. Okay. Bunch of Calvinists. Anyway, from 1904 to 1906, the Azusa Street Revival occurred in Los Angeles. Here we go. The Azusa Street Revival was a historic series of revival meetings that took place in Los Angeles, California. It was led by William J. Seymour, an African-American preacher. The revival began in 1906 and continued roughly until 1915. That's sometimes considered the birthplace of Pentecostalism. Okay, Pentecostalism is a Protestant evangelical movement that emphasizes direct personal experience of God through baptism and the Holy Spirit. The term Pentecostal is derived from Pentecost, an event that commemorates the descent of the Holy Spirit upon the apostles and other Christians. Okay, this revival is well known for the speaking in tongues that occurred there. Some participants of the Azusa Street Revival, are claimed to have prophesied. Pentecostals believe prophecy and certain other gifts are once again being given to Christians. The charismatic movement also accepts spiritual gifts like speaking in tongues and prophecy. Okay, so I've heard of them. So the charismatic movement is in Christianity is a movement within established or mainstream denominations to adopt beliefs and practices of charismatic Christianity with an emphasis on baptism with the Holy Spirit and the use of spiritual gifts, charismata. It has affected most denominations in the US. Okay. The Seventh-day Adventist Church, okay, in case you haven't heard of that. The Seventh-day Adventist Church is an Adventist Protestant Christian denomination which is distinguished by its observance of Saturday as the seventh day of the week in the Christian Gregorian and Hebrew calendar, as the Sabbath. Okay. The Seventh-day Adventist Church is a denomination that traces its history to the Millerite movement. The Millerite movement were followers of the teachings of William Miller, who in 1831 first shared publicly his belief that the second advent of Jesus Christ would occur in roughly the year 1843 to 1844, coming during the Second Great Awakening. Okay. And the great disappointment in the Millerite movement was the reaction that followed Baptist preacher William Miller's proclamation that Jesus Christ would return to earth by 1844, which he called the Second Advent. His study of Daniel 8 prophecy during the Second Great Awakening led him to... Okay, anyway. The great disappointment. Seventh-day Adventists accept the biblical teaching of spiritual gifts and believe that the gift of prophecy is one of the identifying marks of the remnant church. The church also believes Ellen G. White to be a prophet and that her writings are divinely inspired. Ellen G. White was an American author and co-founder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, along with other Adventist leaders such as Joseph Bates and her husband. It's a family affair, James White. She was influential within a small group of early Adventists. Okay. She was seen as a prophet. Okay. Since 1972, the Neo-Pentecostal Church of God Ministry of Jesus Christ International, wouldn't you know, has expressed a belief in prophecy. And in case you didn't know it, the Neo-Pentecostal Church of God Ministry of Jesus Christ International is a Christian neo-charismatic restoration church, restorationist church network. It was created in 1972 by the evangelical preacher Luis Eduardo Moreno, his mother Maria Jesus Moreno, and his wife, another family affair. My goodness me. They were a very holy family, weren't they? And his mother, Maria Jesus Moreno, and his wife, Maria Luisa Piraquiva. The church has over 1,000 locations. Wow, it's a very, very, he's done well for himself. His family did well for them. So didn't they do well? Anyway, that church has expressed a belief in prophecy. The church claims this gift is manifested by one person, the prophesier, laying their hands on another person who receives an individual message said by the prophesier. The prophesiers are believed to be used by the Holy Ghost as instruments through whom their God expresses his promises, advice, and commandments. The church claims people receive messages about their future in the form of promises given by their God and expected to be fulfilled by divine action. Okay, lovely jubbly. And we have the apostolic prophetic movement. In the apostolic prophetic movement, a prophecy is simply a word delivered under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit that accurately communicates God's thoughts and intention. Okay, so what is that? The apostolic prophetic movement is a US, aren't they? Oh, my goodness me. It's a US-based Christian movement founded in the early 2000s. It's a network of non-denominational alliances of independent churches and ministries. All right. Okay. The Apostolic Council of Prophetic Elders was a council of prophetic elders co-convened by C. Peter Wagner. Who's he now? Oh, there he is there. Look at him. Charles Peter Wagner was an American missionary, writer, teacher, and founder of several independent charismatic Christian organizations. He is known for leading and building the New Apostolic Reformation, a network in the Apostolic Prophetic Movement. Okay, there he goes. He's a little bit like Colonel Sanders' half brother, or even brother, or even twin brother with a different haircut. Anyway, Cindy Jacobs, that included Beth Alves, Jim Gould, Chuck Pierce. Let's have a look who that fellow is. Chuck Pierce is the founder and current president of the Glory of Zion International Ministries. He is most known for his prophecies, including a successful prediction that Donald Trump would be elected to the US presidency, and a failed prediction that Donald Trump would be re-elected in 2020. So he got 50-50. You know what I mean? He was half right, half wrong. Mike and Cindy Jacobs. Cindy Jacobs is an American independent charismatic prophet, speaker, author, and teacher, a member of C. Peter Wagner's New Apostolic Reformation movement. With her husband, Mike Jacobs, another family affair. She co-founded Generals International, a prayer and spiritual warfare organization, in 1985. How lovely. Bart Pierce's John and Paula Sanford, Dutch Sheets. William Dutch Sheets is an American author and pastor affiliated with the New Apostolic Reformation movement who has written 23 books, no less. Tommy Tenney is an American preacher and author known for his message of God Chasers. Hector Torres, Barbara Wentrouble, Mike Bickle, God almighty, Michael Leroy Bickle is a former American evangelical leader and founder of the International House of Prayer. Once the leader of the International House of Prayer, Bickle oversaw several ministries and a Bible school until his dismissal after confessing to sexual misconduct. You dirty fucking pervert. Anyway, Paul Cain. Paul Cain was a charismatic Christian minister involved with both neo-charismatic churches and the charismatic movement, and is named one of the Kansas City prophets. Cain resided in California and ministered monthly at a local church in Santa Maria, California until his death. Okay, did he see that one coming? Emmanuel Cantistracci, Bill Hammond, Kingsley Fletcher. There he is there. My God almighty. Look at that fella. He looks like he's leading an army, the Barmy Army. Kingsley Fletcher is a North Carolina preacher and author who likes to dress up as, cosplay characters in his spare time. Well, that's what I'm guessing by the look of him. And the Suapola of the Shay traditional area in the Dangme West District of Ghana, West Africa, where he carries the title Drolla and the royal name Basso Adomte the First. He is the first chancellor of the University of somewhere or other over there that nobody has heard of. Sorry about that. And then we have Ernest Gentile, Jim Laffoon, James Rowell, and Gwen Shaw. Okay. The Latter-day Saint movement will go on here now and see what they have to say about prophets. Okay. The Latter-day Saint movement maintains that its first prophet, Joseph Smith, was visited by God and Jesus Christ in 1820. Okay. The Latter-day Saints further claims that God communicated directly with Joseph Smith on many subsequent occasions, and that following the death of Joseph Smith, God has continued to speak through subsequent prophets. Joseph Smith claims to have been led by an angel to a large hill in upstate New York, where he was shown an ancient manuscript engraved on plates of gold metal. Joseph Smith claimed to have translated this manuscript into modern English under divine inspiration by the gift and power of God. And the publication of translation are known as the Book of Mormon. Okay. So there he is there. Oh, okay. Quite a while back then. Joseph Smith Jr. was an American religious and political leader and founder of Mormonism. And the Latter-day Saint movement, publishing the Book of Mormon at the age of 24. The male brain, by the way, doesn't fully form until the age of 25. Anyway, Smith attracted tens of thousands of followers by the time of his death 14 years later. Okay. Right. Following Smith's murder, there was a succession crisis that resulted in a great schism. The majority of Latter-day Saints believing Brigham Young to be the next prophet and following him out to Utah. Okay, so there we go. Brigham Young was an American religious leader and politician. He was the second president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints from 1847 until his death in 1877. So he had a good 30 years of it. He also served as the first governor of Utah Territory from 1851 until his resignation in 1858. The majority of Latter-day Saints believing Brigham Young to be the next prophet and following him out to Utah, while a minority returned to Missouri, with Emma Smith believing Joseph Smith Jr.'s son, Joseph Smith III, to be the next legitimate prophet. Joseph Smith III was the eldest surviving son of Joseph Smith and Emma Hale Smith. Joseph Smith III was the prophet president of what became the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, renamed the Community of Christ in 2001, okay, which considers itself a continuation of Joseph Smith's work, okay, to be the next legitimate prophet, forming the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, now the Community of Christ. Since even before the death of Joseph Smith in 1844, there have been numerous separatist Latter-day Saint sects that have splintered from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. To this day, there are an unknown number of organizations within the Latter-day Saint movement, each with their own proposed prophet. There you go. There you go. Saw that one coming, didn't we? Anyway, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the largest Latter-day Saint body. The current prophet, president of the Latter-day Saints Church is Russell M. Nelson, no less. There he is there. Look at him, all prophet-y. Russell Marion Nelson Sr. is an American religious leader and retired surgeon who is the 17th and current president of the Church of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Nelson was a member of the Latter-day Saints Church Quorum of the 12 Apostles for nearly 37 years. Well, he's very well indoctrinated then, isn't he? The church has, since Joseph Smith's death on June the 27th, 1844, held a belief that the president of their church is also a literal prophet of God. a literal prophet of God. There you go. The church also maintains that further revelations claimed to have been given through Joseph Smith are published in the Doctrine and Covenants, one of the standard works belonging to the church. Additional revelations and prophecies outside the standard work, such as Joseph Smith's White Horse Prophecy concerning a great and final war in the United States before the second coming of Jesus Christ, can be found in other church published works. Okay, the White Horse Prophecy, guys, is an influential, disputed version of a statement on the future of the Latter-day Saint movement and the United States by movement founder Joseph Smith Jr. in 1843. It was written down by one of Smith's adherents, Edwin Rushton. Let's have a look at that, will we? The White Horse Prophecy, guys, is an influential, disputed version of a statement on the future of the Latter-day Saint movement and the United States by movement founder Joseph Smith Jr. in 1843. It was written down by one of Smith's adherents, Edwin Rushton, in an undated document, possibly 10 years after. One source from the Latter-day Saints Church's largest university, Brigham Young University, believes that the document was written after 1890. According to Rushton's retelling of the prophecy, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints would go to the Rocky Mountains and be a great and mighty people, associated in prophecies, figurative language, with one of the biblical four horsemen of the apocalypse in the book of Revelation. Rushton's record of Smith's original statement predicts that the U.S. Constitution will one day hang like a thread, but be saved by Latter-day Saints by the efforts of the White Horse. There you go. On the basis of either Rushton's version or Smith's original statement, some critics of Mormonism and some Mormon folklore doctrine enthusiasts hold that Mormons should expect that the U.S. will eventually become a theocracy dominated by the Latter-day Saints Church. The idea that Latter-day Saints members will at one or more times take action to save an imperiled U.S. Constitution has been referenced by numerous church leaders. But as to the Rushton version of the prophecy, the church has stated that the so-called White Horse Prophecy is not embraced as church doctrine. Numerous denominations within Mormon fundamentalists continue to preach the doctrine. Okay. Right. Right. All these people. Here's the interpretation. Okay. Right. We'll go back to the general prophecy page on Wikipedia. Islam, the Arabic term for prophecy, nuba'a, stems from the term for prophecies, nabi, or nabai, from naba, which is tidings, announcement. This is a term for prophets, nabai. And these are law bringers that Muslims believe were sent by God to every person, bringing God's message in a language they can understand. But there is also the term Rasul to classify those who bring a divine revelation, Risala, via an angel. Risala is a message. Knowledge of the Islamic prophets is one of the 6 articles of the Islamic faith, and specifically mentioned in the Quran. Quran. I always get them mixed up. You got the Quran and the Quran. Quran, I have to remember, is a rock music magazine, and Quran is a religious text. I always get them mixed up. Along with Muhammad, many of the prophets in Judaism, such as Noah, Abraham, Moses, Aaron, Elijah, etc., and the prophets of Christianity, Adam, Zechariah, the priest, John the Baptist, and Jesus Christ, are mentioned by name in the Quran. In the sense of predicting events, the Quran contains verses believed to have been predicted that predicted many events years before they happened. That such prophecies are proof of the divine origin of the Quran. The Quran itself states every destined matter has a set time to transpire, and you will soon come to know. Muslims also recognize the validity of some prophecies in other sacred texts, like in the Bible. However, they believe that, unlike the Quran, some parts of the Bible have been corrupted over the years, and as a result, not all the prophecies and verses in the Bible are accurate. That's what they think, anyway. They say there's only one God, and his name is Allah, but it doesn't say that in the Bible, does it? It says his name was Yahweh. Just saying. Where's their proof? Okay. Judaism, the Hebrew term for prophet, Navi, literally means spokesperson. A prophet speaks to the people as a mouthpiece of their God and to their God on behalf of the people. The name prophet, from the Greek meaning full speaker, is an equivalent of the Hebrew Navi, which signifies properly a delegate or mouthpiece of another. Sigmund Mowinckel's account of prophecy in ancient Israel distinguishes seers and prophets both in their origins and functions. Who's this Sigmund fella? Sigmund Olaf Plitt Mowinckel was a Norwegian professor, theologian, and biblical scholar. He was noted for his research into the practice of religious worship, in ancient Israel. According to Mowinckel, the early seer and ecstatic prophet derived from two distinctly different social and institutional backgrounds. The seer belonged to the earlier stratum of Israelite society and was related to the priest, who was not originally in the first instance a sacrificer, but, as with the old Arabs, custodian of the sanctuary, oracle, priest, seer, and holder of the effective future creating and future interpreting word of power. The blessing and the curse. Ecstatic prophecy, Nebism, and temple priests were indigenous to Canaanite culture and represented elements adopted by the Israelites, with the fusion of the functions of the seer priest with the functions of the temple sacrificial priests and ecstatic prophets. Two main groups developed: the priests occupied with cult and sacrifice, and the prophets who continued the more pneumatic aspect of the character and work of the old seers and were mediums of divinely inspired word which was whispered to them or came to them. The prophets retained, in guild fashion, the old seer relationship to the cult. All right, guys. Just 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go and open the window and get a drink, so just bear with me for 1 moment, please. Back I am. So yeah, if you want to come on here and talk at any stage, please do. Link is in chat. Okay. According to Judaism, authentic nuvoah, prophecy, that is, got withdrawn from the world after the destruction of the first Jerusalem temple. Malachi. That's the name used by the author of the book of Malachi, the last book of the Nevi'im, prophets, section of the Tanakh. It is possible that Malachi is not a prophet name because it means messenger. It has been assumed to be a pseudonym. Okay. Malachi is acknowledged to have been the last authentic prophet if one accepts the opinion that Nehemiah died in Babylon before 9th Tevet 3,448. So that's 313 BC. The Torah contains laws concerning the false prophet. That's in Deuteronomy. It says Deuteronomy 13:2-6 and 18:20-22. Prophets in Islam, like Lot, for example, are false prophets according to Jewish standards. Okay, so I'll look up Deuteronomy 13:2-6 and 18:20-22. 1 second, guys. Uno momentos if you play. Gracias. Okay. Another supper drink here. Okay. Deuteronomy 13:2-6. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, Let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them, thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or the dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. Ye shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him, and keep his commandments and obey his voice, and ye shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he hath spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So the explanation here, guys, false signs for false ends. Even if someone genuinely predicts or produces miraculous signs or wonders, if their message is to lure you into worshipping other gods, their authenticity is tested by the doctrine. God allows such a test to know whether ye love the Lord with all your heart and with all your soul. So absolute loyalty is required. The passage insists that obedience to God's commandments and wholehearted devotion override the claim of divine endorsement for idolatry. Okay. And then we have Deuteronomy 18:20-22. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, How shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously, thou shalt not be afraid of him. So basically, unauthorized prophecy. Any prophet claiming to speak for God without divine commissioning or invoking other deities faces the death penalty. And there's a built-in test in verse 21 which anticipates the people's question: how can we tell if it's true from false? Criterion of fulfillment. The test is straightforward. If the prediction fails to occur, it proves the prophet spoke presumptuously, not by God's word, and thus carries no authority. So bringing them together then, both passages safeguard the community, supposedly, from spiritual deception. Deuteronomy 13 warns against prophets who misuse genuine supernatural power to subvert true worship, while Deuteronomy 18 provides the practical litmus test for discerning authentic prophecy. Fulfilled word equals divine origin. Unfulfilled word equals human presumption. This two-pronged approach, commanding absolute loyalty and equipping the people with a clear test, helps preserve the integrity of Israel's covenant relationship with Yahweh, who some people view as the demiurge, by the way. In the Torah, prophecy often consisted of a conditional warning by their God of the consequences should society, specific communities, or their leaders not adhere to the Torah's instructions in the time contemporary with the prophet's life. Prophecies sometimes included conditioned promises of blessing for obeying their God and returning to behaviors and laws as written in the Torah. Conditioned warnings prophecies feature in all Jewish works of the Tanakh. Notable Maimonides, who was what was his name? What was his name? Bamram or Rambam? Rambam. That's what they also call him. Rambam philosophically suggested there once were many levels of prophecy, from the highest, such as those experienced by Moses, to the lowest, where the individuals were able to apprehend the divine will, but not respond or even describe this experience to others, citing, for example, Shem, Eber, and most notably Noah, who in the biblical narrative does not issue prophetic declarations. Maimonides, in his philosophical work, The Guide for the Perplexed, outlines 12 modes of prophecy, from the lesser to the greater degree of clarity. And they're named here: inspired actions, inspired words, allegorical dream revelations. So there you go. So a literary device or artistic form. That this is an allegory. Okay, so a literary device or artistic form, representation in which a character, place, or event can be interpreted to represent a meaning. So auditory dreams and auditory imagery is a form of mental imagery that is used to organize and analyze sounds when there is no external auditory stimulus present. Okay, so audio-visual dreams, audio-visual dream revelations. Okay, human speaker, angelic speaker, divine speaker, allegorical waking vision, auditory waking revelation, audio-visual waking revelations with a human speaker, audio-visual waking revelations with an angelic speaker, audio-visual waking revelations with a divine speaker. That refers implicitly to Moses. The Tanakh contains prophecies from various Hebrew prophets, 55 in total, who communicated messages from God to the nation of Israel and later to the population of Judea and elsewhere. Experience of prophecy in the Torah and in the rest of the Tanakh was not restricted to Jews, nor was the prophetic experience restricted to the Hebrew language. Okay, so now we're going on to the Native American prophecy. There exists a problem in verifying most Native American prophecy, in that they remain primarily in an oral tradition, and thus there is no way to cite references of where writings have been committed to paper. In their system, the best reference is an elder who acts as a repository of the accumulated wisdom of their tradition. In another type of example, it is recorded that there are 3 dog-rib prophets who had claimed to have been divinely inspired to bring the message of Christianity's God to their people. This prophecy among the dog-rib involves elements such as dances and trance-like states. The dog-rib. The Taiko people, sometimes spelled Tlikko, Tlikko, and also known as the Dogrib, are a Den First Nations people of the Athabaskan-speaking ethno-linguistic group living in the Northwest Territories of Canada. There you go. China, in ancient Chinese prophetic texts, are known as Qian. The most famous Chinese prophecy is the Choi Bai Tu. We'll have a look at Choi Bai Tu. Choi Bai Tu is a Chinese prophecy book from the 7th century Tang dynasty. The book is known for predicting the future of China and is written by Li Chongfeng and Yuan Tiangang, and has been compared to the works of famous Western prophet Nostradamus. Okay, I suppose we better have a look at that, guys. Considering they're well on the way to being possibly the superpower. Hello to Divine Hayes, who says hello. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. Hit the like button for DNW. That's very sweet of you. Doom Wizard says, damn, we're goners. That's what he thinks. That's his prophecy. You're still here, though, Duma, and I hope you're very well in your being here. Nice to have you here. Okay, so the Chu Bai Chu is a traditional Chinese prophecy book from the 17th century Tang dynasty. The book is known for predicting the future of China and is written by Li Chongfeng and Yuan Tiangang, and has been compared to the famous works of Western prophet Nostradamus. Well known in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, the book was previously banned in the People's Republic of China under the Communist Party for superstition, one of the four Ols, though it has since reappeared in street-side bookstores in the 1990s as a bestseller. So the four Ols refer to categories used by the Red Guards during the Cultural Revolution to characterize elements of Chinese culture prior to Chinese Communist Revolution that they were attempting to destroy. We'll really go to that. It's interesting. The four olds were old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Okay, so there you go. That's interesting. So the Reds of China attempted to get rid of the old ways and bring in the new, and they did to a great extent. But they're making a comeback. Description. The book is supposed to contain clues to China's future, conveyed through a series of 60 surreal drawings, each accompanied by an equally obscure poem. The title means a back-pushing sketch and comes from the last illustration. Each poem is a prophecy which describes a Chinese historical event that will occur in order. For example, the 36th poem should occur before the 40th poem. Poem number 60 is the last prophecy. Some sources have said out of the 60 prophecies, 55 of them are supposed to have already been fulfilled. Though, just like Nostradamus' work, the interpretations largely depend on the individual. Some scholars compared the different versions and found the book has been rewritten many times. During the end of dynasty turmoil, rebels used it to prophesize victory for their cause and thereby drum up public support. As the introduction to one mainland China version of the book explained, Chu by two, Chu by two, not to be mistaken for 2 by 2, which is a lump of timber, is a way of shaping public opinion used by feudal rulers to seize power or consolidate power. It is also similarly used by oppressed people to overthrow their rulers. Okay, not much information there. Unfortunately, on this page. Anyway. Okay, well, there you go, Chinese Nostradamus. Nostradamus now. We are moving on to the actual Nostradamus. Okay, esoteric prophecy has been claimed for, but not by, Michel de Nostradam, who lived from 1503 to 1566. And he's popularly referred to as Nostradamus, who claimed to be a converted Christian. It is known that he suffered several tragedies in his life and was persecuted to some degree for his cryptic esoteric writings about the future, reportedly derived through a use of a crystal ball. Nostradamus was a French apothecary. What's that? An apothecary is an archaic English term for a medical professional who formulates and dispenses medicine to physicians, surgeons, and patients. Okay, the modern term pharmacist and in British English chemist have taken over this role. Okay, there you go. So that's what he was at the time he wrote the book, or before he wrote the book, and he was a reputed seer who published collections of foreknowledge of future events. He is best known for his book, Les Prophecies, the Prophecies, the first edition of which appeared in 1555. Since Les Prophecies was published, Nostradamus has attracted an esoteric following that, along with the popularistic press, credits him with foreseeing world events. His esoteric cryptic foreseeings have in some cases been assimilated to the results of applying the alleged Bible code as well as to other purported pseudo-prophetic works. We'll have to look up that now, won't we? Bible code, also known as the Torah code, is a purported set of encoded words within a Hebrew text of the Torah that, according to proponents, has predicted significant historical events. Okay, let's have a look at this now, guys. We'll have a look at this. The Bible code, also known as Torah code, is a purported set of encoded words within a Hebrew text of the Torah that, according to proponents, has predicted significant historical events. The statistical likelihood of the Bible code arising by chance has been thoroughly researched and is now widely considered to be statistically insignificant, as similar phenomena can be observed in any sufficiently lengthy text. Although Bible codes have been postulated and studied for centuries, the subject has been popularized in modern times by Michael Drosnin's book, The Bible Code from 1997 and the Amiga Code from 1999. Some tests purportedly show statistically significant codes in the Bible were published as a challenging puzzle in a peer-reviewed academic journal in 1994, which pronounced solved in a subsequent 1990 paper published in the same journal. So, discussion around one specific steganographic method became widespread in 1994 when Doran Witztum, Elihu Rips, and Yoav Rosenberg published a paper, Equidistant Letter Sequences in the Book of Genesis, in the scientific journal Statistical Science. The paper, which was presented by the journal as a challenging puzzle, presented what appeared to be strong statistical evidence that biographical information about famous rabbis was encoded in the text of the Book of Genesis centuries before those rabbis lived. So here we go, guys, the equidistant letter sequence method. The primary method by which purportedly meaningful messages have been extracted is the equidistant letter sequence, also referred to as delug, skipping of letters. Letters are selected based on a starting point, and counting every ninth letter based on a given skip number is a given direction. For example, taking every fourth letter in the phrase, this sentence fits an ELS. When read backwards and ignoring spaces, derives the word safest. In some cases, multiple terms may be derived from an equidistant letter sequence array, text in a grid with the same number of letters in each line. In the example provided, part of the King James Version's rendering of Genesis 26 to 5, chapter 26, verse 5 to 10, is shown with 21 letters per line, showing ELSs for Bible and code. Okay. Okay, so it's code, Bible. Okay. Once a specific word has been found using the LS LSS method. Other words are sought based on the same letter spacing. Code proponents Haralick and Rips have published an example of a longer extended ELS which reads, "Destruction I will call you, cursed is bin Laden, and revenge is to the Messiah." Proponents claim that such ELS extensions that form phrases or sentences have statistical significance, maintaining that the longer the extended ELS, the less likely it is to be the result of chance. Critics reply, as in the Skeptical Inquirer, this deconstruction of 1997, that the longer the ELS is in fact effectively effectively nothing more than further increased number of permutations, employing a massive application of the look elsewhere effect. Okay, the look elsewhere effect is a phenomenon in the statistical analysis of scientific experiments where an apparently statistically significant observation may have actually arisen by chance because of the sheer size of the parameter space to be searched. Okay. The 13th century Spanish rabbi, Bakir ben Asher, described an ELS in the Bible. His four-letter example related to the traditional 0 point of the Hebrew calendar. Over the following centuries, there are hints that the ELS technique, also known, for example, in Pardes Rimonim of the 16th century mystic Moshe Cordovero. In the 20th century, many examples were found by Michael Burr Weissmandl and published by his students after his death in 1957. In the 1980s, some discoveries of Israeli schoolteacher Avram Oren came to the attention of mathematician Eliyahu Rips at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Rips then took up the study together with his religious studies partners Doran Widstum and Alexander Rothenberg, among several others. Okay. Oh, sorry. Rips and Widstum and Yoav Rosenberg designed computer software for the ELS technique and subsequently found many examples. About 1985, they decided to carry out a formal test, and the Great Rabbi's experiment was born. This experiment tested the hypothesis that ELSs of the names of famous rabbinic personalities and their respective birth and death dates form a more compact arrangement and could be explained by chance. Their definition of compact was complex, but roughly two ELSs were compactly arranged if they can be displayed together in a small window. When Rips et al. Carried out the experiment, the data was measured and found to be statistically significant, supporting their hypothesis. The Great Rabbi's experiment went through several iterations and was eventually published in 1994 in a peer-reviewed journal, Statistical Science. The editorial board was highly skeptical due to the fact that computers can be used to mine data for patterns that intuitively seem surprising, but upon careful analysis can be found to be statistically insignificant. While they did find a number of possible sources of error, they were unable to find anyone willing to put in the substantial time and energy required to properly reanalyze the data. However, they did find it intriguing and therefore decided to offer it as a challenging puzzle for anyone interested in doing so. An unintended result of this was that outsiders mistook this as confirmation of the paper's claims. Okay. Another experiment in which the names of famous rabbis were mismatched against their births and deaths rather than the dates was conducted in 1997 by Harold Gans, former senior cryptologic mathematician for the United States National Security Agency. Again, the results were interpreted as meaningful and thus suggestive of more than chance result. These Bible codes became known to the public primarily due to the American journalist Michael Drosnin, whose book, The Bible Code from 1997, was a bestseller in many countries. Rips issued a public statement that he did not support Drosnin's work or conclusions. Even Gans has stated that, although the book says the codes in the Torah can be used to predict future events, this is absolutely unfounded. There is no scientific or mathematical basis for such a statement, and the reasoning used to come to such a conclusion in the book is logically flawed. In 2002, Drosnin published a second book on the same subject called Bible Code 2, The Countdown. The Jewish outreach group, Aish HaTorah, employs Bible codes in their discovery seminars to persuade secular Jews of the divinity of the Torah and to encourage them to trust in traditional Orthodox Jewish teachings. Use of Bible code techniques also spread into certain Christian circles, especially in the United States. The main early proponents were Yaakov Ramsel, who is a Messianic Jew, and Grant Jeffrey. Who's he? He was a Canadian Bible teacher of Bible prophecy and eschatology and Bible archaeology, and a proponent of dispensational evangelical Christianity. Jeffrey served as the chairman of the Frontier Research Publications for more than 20 years. Okay, he's an author. Another Bible code technique was developed in 1997 by Dean Coombs, also Christian. Various pictograms are claimed to be formed by words and sentences using ELS. Since 2000, physicist Nathan Jacoby, an agnostic Jew, and engineer Moshe Aaron Shak, an Orthodox Jew, claimed to have discovered hundreds of examples of lengthy extended ELSs. The number of extended ELSs at various lengths is compared with those expected from a non-encoded text as determined by a formula from Markov chain theory. This is in probability theory and statistics. A Markov chain or a Markov process is a stochastic process describing a sequence of possible events in which the probability of each event depends only on the state attained in the previous event. Okay. Criticism then, the precise order of consonantal letters represented in the Hebrew Masoretic text is not consistent across manuscripts in any period. It is known that from earlier versions, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, that the number of these letters was not constant, even in the first century's Common Era. The Bible code theory thus does not seem to account for these variations. Criticism of the original paper, okay. In 1999, Australian mathematician Brendan McKay, Israeli mathematicians Dror Bar Natan and Gil Kalai, and Israeli psychologist Maya Bar Hillel, collectively known as MBBK, published a paper in Statistical Science in which they argued that the case of Witsum, Rips, and Rosenberg was fatally defective, and that their result merely reflects on the choices made in designing their experiment and collecting the data for it. The MBBK paper was reviewed anonymously by 4 professional statisticians prior to publication. In the introduction to the paper, Robert Cass, the editor of the journal, who previously had described the WRR paper as a challenging puzzle, wrote that, considering the work of McKay, Bar Natan, Kalai, and Bar Hillel as a whole, it indeed appears, as they conclude, that the puzzle has been solved. From their observations, MBBK created an alternative hypothesis to explain the puzzle of how the codes were discovered. MBBK's argument was not strictly mathematical. Rather, it asserted that the WRR authors and contributors had intentionally selected the names and/or dates in advance and designed their experiments to match their selection, thereby achieving their desired result. The MBBK paper argued that the ELS experiment is extraordinarily sensitive to very small changes in the spellings of appellations, and the WRR result merely reflects on the choices made in designing their experiment and collecting the data for it. The MBBK paper demonstrated that this tuning, when combined with what MBBK asserted was available wiggle room, was capable of generating a result similar to WRR's Genesis result in a Hebrew translation of War and Peace. Bar Hillel subsequently summarized the MBBK view that the WRR paper was a hoax and intentionally and carefully designed magic trick. Okay, and then there's some replies here, guys. Let's have a look here, see if there's anybody watching. Chatham says, let's be kind, compassionate, and sympathetic towards animals. They feel pain and fear. And Chippy says, Chatham, agree with you 100%. Okay. Hello to anybody who's just joined. We're just reading about prophecies on Wikipedia. Harold Gans, a former cryptanalyst, crikey, at the National Security Agency, argued that MBBK's hypothesis implies a conspiracy between WRR and their co-contributors to fraudulently tune the appellations in advance. Gans argues that the conspiracy must include Doran Vidstam, Elihu Rips, and S.Z. Havlin, because they all say Havlin compiled the appellations independently. Gans argues further that such a conspiracy must include the multiple rabbis who have written a letter confirming the accuracy of Havlin's list. Finally, he argues such a conspiracy must also include the multiple participants of the city's experiment conducted by Gans, which includes Gans himself. Gans concludes that the number of people necessarily involved in the conspiracy will stretch the credulity of any reasonable person. Gans further argued that while the mathematical issues are difficult for non-mathematicians to comprehend, I can summarize as follows. Professor McKay and his colleagues never claimed to have discovered real codes in those non-Torah texts. Their only successful results were obtained by deliberately rigging the experiment in such a way that the layman wouldn't recognize the mathematical flaws. Brendan McKay has replied that he and his colleagues have never accused Havlin or Gans of participating in a conspiracy. Instead, says McKay, Havlin likely did what WRR's early preprint stated he did, in providing valuable advice. Similarly, McKay accepts Gans' statements that Gans did not prepare the data for his city's experiment himself. McKay concludes that there is only one person who needs to have been involved in knowing fakery, and a handful of his disciples who must be involved in the cover-up, perhaps with good intent. Okay, so there's a bit of back and forth then to that. That's enough of that. Okay, back to Nostradamus. Most reliable academic sources maintain that the associations made between world events and Nostradamus's quatrains are largely the result of misinterpretations or mistranslations, sometimes deliberate, or else are so tenuous as to render them useless as evidence of any genuine predictive power. Moreover, none of the sources listed offers any evidence that anyone has ever interpreted any of Nostradamus' pseudo-prophetic works specifically enough to allow a clear identification of any event in advance. Okay. So, right. According to skeptics, many apparently fulfilled prophecies can be explained as coincidences, possibly aided by the prophecy's own vagueness, and others may have been invented after the fact to match the circumstances of a past event, an act termed post-diction. Bill Whitcomb in The Magician's Companion observes, one point to remember is that the probability of an event changes as soon as a prophecy or divination exists. The accuracy or outcome of any prophecy is altered by the desires and attachments of the seer and those who hear the prophecy. Many prophets make a large number of prophecies. This makes the chances of at least one prophecy being correct much higher by a sheer weight of numbers. Okay. And the psychology of it. The phenomenon of prophecy is not well understood in psychology research literature. Psychiatrist and neurologist Arthur Dykman describes the phenomenon as an intuitive knowledge, a type of perception that bypasses the usual sensory channels and rational intellect. Prophecy can be likened to a bridge between the individual mystical self and the communal mystical body, writes religious sociologist Margaret Polomer. Who is she? She's an American sociologist, professor, and author who is known for her research on the Pentecostal movement in American Christianity. Prophecy seems to involve the free association that occurred through the workings of the right brain. Psychologist Julian Jaynes proposed that this is a temporary assessing of the bicameral mind, that is, a temporary separating of functions such that the authoritarian part of the mind seems to literally be speaking to the person as if a separate and external voice. James posits that the gods heard as voices in the head were and are organizations of the central nervous system. God speaking through man, according to James, is a more recent vestige of God speaking to man, the product of a more integrated higher self. When the bicameral mind speaks, there is no introspection. In earlier times, posits James, there was additionally a visual component now lost. Child development and consciousness author Joseph Chilton Pearce remarked that revelation typically appears in symbolic form and in a single flash of insight. He used the metaphor of lightning striking and suggests that the revelation is a result of a build-up of resonant potential. Pearce compared it to the earth asking a question and the sky answering it. Focus, he said, feeds into a unified field of like resonance and becomes capable of attracting and receiving the field's answer when it does form. Some cite aspects of cognitive psychology such as pattern forming and attention to the formation of prophecy in modern day society, as well as the declining influence of religion in daily life. Poetry and prophecy get next. For the ancient Greeks, prediction, prophecy, and poetry were often intertwined. Prophecies were given in verse, and a word for a poet in Latin is vates, or prophet. Both poets and oracles claim to be inspired by forces outside themselves. In ancient China, divination is regarded as the oldest form of occult inquiry and was often expressed in verse. In contemporary Western cultures, theological revelation and poetry are typically seen as distinct and often as opposed to each other. Yet the two still are often understood together as symbiotic in their origins, aims, and purposes. Middle English poems of political nature are linked with Latin and vernacular prophecies. Prophecies in this sense are predictions concerning kingdoms or peoples. And these predictions are often eschatological or apocalyptic. Okay, eschatological. Okay, one second. Eschatology concerns expectations of the end of present age, human history, or the world itself. The end of the world or the end times is predicted by several world religions, which teach that the negative world events will reach a climax. Okay, we might have a look at that in a moment. We'll look at it now. Eschatology. Eschatology concerns expectations of the end of present age, human history, or the world itself. The end of the world or end times is predicted by several world religions, both Abrahamic and non-Abrahamic, which teach that negative world events will reach a climax. Belief that the end of the world is imminent is known as apocalypticism, and over time has been held both by members of mainstream religions and by doomsday cults. In the context of mysticism, the term refers metaphorically to the end of ordinary reality and to reunion with the divine. Many religions treat eschatology as a future event prophesied in sacred texts or in folklore, while other religions may have concepts of renewal or transformation after significant events. The explicit description of New Earth is primarily found in Christian teachings. This description can be found in chapter 21 of the book of Revelation. Okay, well, we'll go back to that in a bit, guys, because I know that Chickpea in particular likes the book of Revelation. And Chickpea is watching tonight, listening tonight. Maybe she'll join us. So, yes. Okay, the prophetic tradition in English derives in from Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain in 1136, otherwise called Prophecies of Merlin. This work is a prelude to numerous books devoted to King Arthur. In 18th century England, prophecy as poetry is revived by William Blake, who wrote America, a Prophecy in 1783, and Europe, a Prophecy in 1794. Contemporary American poetry is also rich in lyrics about prophecy, including poems entitled Prophecy by Dana Gioia and Eileen Miles. In 1962, Robert Frost published The Prophets Really Prophecy as Mystics, the commentators merely by statistics. Other modern poets who write on prophets or prophecy include Carl Dennis, Richard Wilbur, and Derek Walcott. Okay, so we'll go back to eschatological information now. Okay, so I'm just going to take a little drink here. By the way, guys, while I'm reading this, hopefully you'll start thinking about your own prophecies, your own predictions for the future. And maybe we can have a chat about that later after I finish reading. I suppose I'll read this page and then I'll leave it at that, and then I'll open up the conversation to that topic. Okay. The Abrahamic religions maintain a linear cosmology with end-time scenarios containing themes of transformation and redemption. In Judaism, the term end of days makes reference to the Messianic age and includes an ingathering of the exiled Jewish diaspora, the coming of the Messiah, and the resurrection of the righteous, and the coming of the Messiah and the resurrection of the righteous, and the world to come. Christianity depicts the end time as a period of tribulation and precedes the second coming of Christ, who will face the rise of the Antichrist along with his power structure and false prophets, and usher in the kingdom of God. In late traditions of Islam, separate hadiths detail the day of judgment as preceded by the appearance of Masih ad-Dajjal and followed by the descending of Isa, which is their word for Jesus, which shall triumph over the false Messiah or Antichrist. His defeat will lead to a sequence of events that will end with the sun rising from the west, as it usually rises from the east. And then will begin the Qiyamah, which is Judgment Day. So there we have a picture, guys, of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. A woodcut print from the Apocalypse of Albrecht Dürer, 1497 to 1498. Okay. Dharmic religions. So, Dharmic religions, sometimes also termed Dharmic religion, or these are basically the Indian religions. Okay. Are religions that originated in the Indian subcontinent. These religions include Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and Sikhism. Are also classified as Eastern religions. Okay, there you go. Dharmic religions tend to have a more cyclical worldview with end-time eschatologies characterized by decay, redemption, and rebirth, though some believe transitions between cycles are relatively uneventful. In Hinduism, the end time occurs when Kalki, the final incarnation of Vishnu, descends atop a white horse and brings an end to the current Kali Yuga. completing a cycle that starts again with the regeneration of the world. In Buddhism, the Buddha predicted his teachings would be forgotten after 5,000 years, followed by turmoil. It says a bodhisattva named Maitreya will appear and rediscover the teachings of the Buddha Dharma, and that the ultimate destruction of the world will come through 7 suns. Okay, so remember, guys, even we might remember this from the Tibetan Book of the Dead, when it did mention in the introduction or the foreword to that, bodhisattva is a person who is on the path towards Buddhahood, which is another word for awakening. Since the development of the concept of deep time in the 18th century, what's deep time? Deep time is the concept of geological time that spans billions of years, far beyond the scale of human experience. It provides the temporal framework for understanding the formation and evolution of the Earth, the development of life, and the slow-moving processes that shape planetary change. Okay, so since the development of the concept of deep time in the 18th century and the calculation of the estimated age of planet Earth, scientific discourse about end times has considered the ultimate fate of the universe. Theories have included the Big Rip, the Big Crunch, the Big Bounce, and the Big Freeze. Heat death. Social and scientific commentators have also worried about global catastrophic risks and scenarios that could result in human extinction. Okay, so we've got the Big Rip here, guys. In physical cosmology, the Big Rip is a hypothetical cosmological model concerning the ultimate fate of the universe, in which the matter of the universe, from stars and galaxies to atoms and subatomic particles and even space-time itself, is progressively torn apart by the expansion of the universe. Okay. And the Big Crunch is a hypothetical scenario for the ultimate fate of the universe, in which the expansion of the universe eventually reverses and the universe recollapses, and ultimately causing the cosmic scale factor to reach absolute zero. Okay. An event potentially followed by, let's have a look at that. Probably the Big Bang again. Yeah, another Big Bang, basically. Continuous cycle of being and not being. The Big Bounce hypothesis is a cosmological model for the origin of the known universe. It was originally suggested as a phase of the cyclic model, or the oscillatory universe interpretation of the Big Bang, where the first cosmological event was the result of the collapse of the previous universe. Okay. Okay. The Big Freeze. The heat death of the universe is a hypothesis on the ultimate fate of the universe, which suggests the universe will evolve into a state of no thermodynamic free energy and will therefore be unable to sustain processes that increase entropy. Heat death does not imply any particular, I don't know what it was saying there, but anyway. We'll come back to this article in a bit. So the etymology of eschatology. It arises from the ancient Greek term eschatos, meaning last, and logi, meaning study of. And it first appeared in English around 1844. The Oxford English Dictionary defines eschatology as the part of theology concerned with death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. Okay. How are we doing? There's quite a lot here, guys. We'll read this now. Or maybe we'll continue it tomorrow. Guys, I'm going to open up the channel now to discussion, and we'll continue this tomorrow. Okay, we'll continue the the chat tomorrow. That reading, I mean, I don't know if you found it in any way worthwhile. I know it's only basic Wikipedia, but you know, it's still good to read it and then, you know, water the mind in terms of inspiring it to look into it in further detail. If you found anything interesting, you can go and find relevant reading material. So guys, the link is in chat there. If you want to come on and talk, do so. Hello, if you're watching on Twitch, by the way. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We're no longer live on X. It's a bit of a waste of time. So come on, guys, if you want to. And I'll just wait for you to come on. And we'll talk about prophecies, premonitions, etc., etc. It might be a fun topic. It might be a fun topic. Maybe. Is that prophecy? Am I prophesizing that it will be a fun topic? I don't know is the answer. I don't know. You might find it incredibly boring. Something that's not worthwhile. Something that doesn't stimulate your fancies. Something that you might cause you to turn away this channel and look elsewhere for entertainment. Hello to Yerf Dogs. Yerf Dogs, brother, we are talking about prophecies tonight. Just a shallow dive into the world of prophetic musings. We have been reading about it on Wikipedia of all pages, and just titillating ourselves with, a cursory glance at prophecies throughout the ages and how they have perhaps directed humanity one way or another, and still do, despite some people not being as religious as they were. Some people still cling to these things, despite some psychologists disputing them. Some people still cling to them. So if you want to come on here, guys, please do. The link is in chat. It would be good if you came on here now. I do prophesize that there will be somebody who will come on soon. The link is in chat, so yeah. And we can get talking. Otherwise, what's the point? So the link is in chat there, guys. Do click the link and come on here while I take a multivitamin along with a B12 supplement. Yerfdog says he'll pop on if you're still around in 30 minutes or so. Is that a prophecy? Yes, we should be around in 30 minutes or so, brother. Although you can pop on now and just not say anything. Might be good to have a seat filled. It looks good. Isn't that all that matters in this shallow world? Looking good. Chickpea, are you coming on here, darling? Divine, are you coming on here? Oh, Chloe. Hello to Chloe Decker. Nice to have you with us. Welcome. Chloe, we're also live on YouTube. If you want to come on YouTube, subscribe and, come on the show, you're welcome to. Sorry I didn't see your message sooner, Chloe. Chickpea's here. Hello to Chickpea.
Hello, Grumpy Cats.
Hello, darling. How are you?
You. Did you enjoy the weather today?
Do you know what? I did. I've been enjoying the hot weather. I have been.
But now talk about the beautiful storm. Did you have a nice
did you have?
storm?
We didn't have one over this way. We had a bit of it yesterday, but we didn't have. Not today. No.
Oh wow! We had a real thunder.
What time was that at?
What time was it at? I don't know, because I don't know what time of the day it is because I haven't got any clocks. I live clockless. And most beautiful storm. Oh, you should have seen it, and the thunder. Didn't you hear it?
What time was it at, Chickpea?
What was in the afternoon? This
No,
afternoon.
I didn't. That's weird because I was outside then, but Okay.
Gosh, because it was a real whack of rain. And gorgeous to look at and feel. I like rain and thunder.
I
love
I tell
storms.
you where I went last night though.
Where'd you go?
I went to the forest with my friend, two
Yeah.
friends, with a night vision telescope,
Yeah.
looking at wildlife.
Wow, lucky you.
We saw foxes, badgers.
Oh.
We saw deer.
Oh.
Now the type of deer that we saw were fallow deer. Okay,
Oh, wow.
loads of them. I must have seen about 100 of them.
What? Oh, you must be near Richmond then.
And we saw no, this was outside of London, Chickpea. We went outside.
Oh, right. Okay.
We went outside the M25, went on a
Oh,
drive,
lucky you.
and I saw well, we sensed some bats as well flying around. We saw one bat, but we also sensed them because we had a bat. You know those bat sensors you can get. My friend has one of those as well. What else did we see? Loads of frogs, actually. Loads
I
of
like frogs.
on the road. We saw frogs on the road.
Oh, God, that's a shame because they're going to get killed, aren't they?
Mm.
Oh,
But we didn't kill any. Unfortunately, sadly, Chickpea, we did see 3 dead badgers that had been hit by cars.
Oh,
And that was horrible. That was really sad, yeah.
Horrible, isn't it? Is it?
It is horrible.
Can't people be a bit more? I don't know.
In one night, we saw 3 of them on different roads, you know. And they were gruesome. It was gruesome, you know. Because,
yes, it's horrible to see.
Did we see? No, we didn't see any foxes that had been hit by cars, but we saw 3 badgers on the side of the 3 different roads. Sorry?
I've seen it here in Hackney.
But the good news is, we saw 3 dead badgers, but we also saw in different places about 5 or 6 badgers running around.
Oh, wow.
We saw more live badgers than dead badgers, which was good. Oh, we saw rabbits as well.
Oh, no. I used to have a pet rabbit once.
There you go. I saw plenty, didn't I?
Yeah. Wow.
I have seen owls down that way as well, but we didn't see any owls last night.
God, it sounds gorgeous down there. Where is this?
I won't say. Sorry, Chickpea.
Don't tell me where you live. Okay.
No, it's not where I live, but you know.
Yeah, but I've also But you see, lots of foxes here that get run over by cars. I mean, you would think, can't people just be a little bit more caring when they drive around, you know? But no. And lots of dead cats. Of course, a while back, I was feeding this feral cat, and she was pregnant. And I'd be feeding her about 2 weeks. And went out one morning, and I found her laying dead by the curb of the pavement. Horrible. Yeah. Horrible to see. But she wouldn't trust me. I did try, but she didn't trust me.
Right. Well, yeah, Chickpea, we better go back to the topic then. And this is a random topic. I'm sorry. I know, as usual, it's a bit haphazard. First of all, I've got to apologize because we haven't finished the Course in Miracles yet.
Very complicated.
Now we've got to do that, and we've also got to do question marks, or sorry, Brother Marcus's theories of knowledge and how we know what we know. Okay. Yeah. And this just came up randomly today. As I said, it's haphazard. But
how you know what you know is all to do with former lives, because I've had that experience.
Oh, really? Well, that's your view.
So yeah. I've had experience.
But yeah, go into this prophecies. I was just reading off Wikipedia, so as I say, it's just a shallow dip into the subject. But did it spark any insight or thoughts in your mind, Chickpea? Any thoughts of what?
I found it all very complicated, actually, to be honest. You get this really heavy duty stuff, and I think, right, okay. You forget, I'm not that heavy duty reading. It's heavy duty.
Well,
you like your heavy duty words and literature and prose.
Well, I think if you've been listening attentively, Chickpea, you would reach a conclusion that it wasn't that heavy duty. I'm sorry to say that, Chickpea.
Okay.
It was a shallow dip into it. Now, we will say one thing, Chickpea, and that is, have you ever prophesied something?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see in the future. Not
remotely. tell us about the prophecies you've read, or you believe in, or things
I
you've heard
believe-
about prophecies.
I believe in the prophecies in the Revelation, and I believe them. And I also believe the stuff that Nostradamus has written about 2025 in particular. But I believe what it says in the Revelation, and the drying up of the Euphrates, the woman in the sky, the mark. What else is there in the Euphrates in the Bible? And I believe them totally, completely. Well, you know that about me. I've said to you, I believe.
Yes. But for those
Doesn't
who've
mean-
never heard you say this before, can you tell them what you believe exactly?
Well, there's a thing in the Revelation that talks about the Euphrates is drying up, and the Euphrates is drying up. And when the Euphrates dries up, an army of 200 million will descend onto the west. Plus, there'll be a terrible war, because when the Euphrates does dry up, Iraq will declare war upon Turkey and Syria, because the reason why the Euphrates is drying up is because Turkey and Syria keep building dams everywhere, and eventually Iraq...
With respect, I don't think Iraq are in a good position to do that. Turkey's quite a mighty foe, you know.
Yes, exactly. But let me finish. Exactly. So when Iraq throws a hissy fit, I'm not too good. I'm not too happy about what's going. But apparently, this is what's going to, this when you look at it in that light, that the Euphrates runs through these three countries, and it's their only real source of water, and it's drying up in Iraq, and Iraq is going to throw a hissy fit because Syria and the Turks keep building dams and using all this water for all matter of things. There's going to be terrible problems, and the same is happening in Pakistan and India with water as well. I don't know which way round it goes. Then, of course, the woman in the sky, I told about that this celestial being, this celestial picture appeared, but it only appears as a computer graphic, because by definition you can't see it during the day. So how could this old man sitting in a cave have known about this phenomena that took place in 2017? And I believe the Revelation. I don't know why I believe it, because I don't. Well, but then the Bible is what, how many books is it?
Chickpea, will you give us a synopsis of the Book of Revelation? Will you Google it or something and read it out for us? Is that okay?
But it's long. It's about 40 pages long.
No, just Google a short breakdown of it or something. It should give you something.
Well, I don't think you can. Let me have a look. Breakdown of Revelation. Busy day. But it's quite what? Oh God! It's long. It's very. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Surely there should be a synopsis somewhere that you can read. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll look it up and then I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Oh no! I haven't got the confidence to do that, because as soon as I stop talking to another person, I start thinking about myself, and then I become shy.
Never mind. I'm sure we'll cover it maybe tomorrow.
I will talk about other things about the Revelation. Yes, the thing of the woman in the sky. Also, it says about Damascus, and when Damascus falls, humanity will start to fall. There's a load of what else is there? Of course, the mark of the beast, and the whole thing of the first beast giving the second beast its power, which I think is probably something to do with and the dragon, of course, which is China, and America is giving its power to China. And it's have you never read it? DW.
1 second, I got a call here, Chickpea. 1 second.
Oh, okay. As I was saying, what else is there? I don't know where my Bible is even.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, there was also a thing about the earth tipping over itself. The earth going into flip. Well, I don't know if you.
Sorry, Chickpea, I lost you there. Go ahead.
There's also stuff in the Revelation about the earth tipping over, right? Now, every X number of million years, the Earth tips over and basically north becomes south. But if you look up to the sky, I don't know if you've looked up recently, but have you seen how far north the sun is? The sun is only a very, very minuscule amount of space from right over the top of our heads. Now, we live in the 42nd parallel, so the sun should not be right above our heads almost. It shouldn't be there. So there's something weird. The Earth is definitely tipping. Even scientists have said it's tipping over. Will tip. And what else is there? There's a whole load of stuff. Yeah, I believe it. I think that I don't think that I will live to see all of it by simple virtue of the fact that the invasion of 200 million onto us in the West. It talks about this invasion of the West. We are the West. Will probably finish us off anyway. I don't know. It's not a particularly. It's just. I just believe it. I've always believed. I don't know why. I just believe it.
Okay. Well, guys, Chickpea, can you entertain the masses while I just take a quick break?
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Yeah.
You lot aren't listening. What do you all think about the prophecies of Nostradamus and 2025? Nostradamus also talks about the invasion of the West. 2025, Western Europe, and that's happening. I think there's bad times ahead for all of us. DW is being very naughty with this because I'm not very good at talking to people, having to talk to people when I'm something I'm very good at doing. Hello, somebody coming on. Please don't leave me here on my own. Hello. Divine Marcus. You have dog. Oh, you naughty people. Hey, Bella. Bell. Start cam. Stop cam. Come here, Bell. Everybody show you with the camera. Look, there's a Bella. Look, Bell.
I'm back anyway. But yeah, let me show that cat 1 second.
There's Bella, my naughty little black cat.
Lovely.
Bella is completely mental. Do you know Bella's allergic to pollen?
No. She's got hay fever, has she?
No, she gets terrible skin problems during the pollen season. Really bad skin problems. It's awful. Yeah. Oh, come on. Camera again. Oh, shit. Oh, God. See my Van Goghs?
Can't see them unless you turn the camera.
Top right-hand corner.
Yeah, we can't see them, babe.
Can't you know? Wonder why. Oh, I can see them. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, whoopsie day.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful.
They are beautiful.
You've got Starry Night there.
Yeah, I've got Starry Nights, and I've got a whole load of this. I'm in my bed in a moment, and I've got a whole load on the other wall.
Lovely.
Yes.
Lovely.
And I've just bought the village in for something, which I'm going to start painting.
Wonderful.
Yes. Yes, I do like Van Gogh.
Okay, guys, the link is in chat if you want to come on here. Don't be shy.
Yeah, they're being very naughty.
Don't be a party pooper.
Expecting me
to... I mean, yeah. I mean, come on, guys. Show some support. You come here. What's the point of sitting on your hands, not getting, not joining in? It's a community after all.
Yeah.
You got to do some digging as well, guys. You can't leave me and Chickpea with the spade all the time.
They're being very naughty, actually. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
Extremely naughty.
Yes.
How are we meant to find gnosis without participation, Chickpea, of the others?
I don't know, because you find it by arguing with other people. Because arguing is very, very good in a safe environment, I've noticed. It's really helping with me. It's rid of that suppressed anger that we all have.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, yes, the weather date. When I lived in Germany, Germany has the most beautiful storms. Oh goodness, we used to get these beautiful thunderstorms and lightning and hail because I love hail. Yeah, Germany, beautiful weather. Like bad weather.
Beautiful.
Yes, it was beautiful. Yes. And that naughty Dave, his mind is out. That naughty little boy, he never comes home anymore. Naughty little boy. Yes. So, how's the fox? Have you seen them lately?
Oh, we have someone incoming. Yeah, unfortunately, bad news there, Chickpea.
What?
2 of them have extremely bad mange now.
I have to do a bit of research for you on that because there's this very good vet.
No, I know. Please do that. Please do that.
I will do.
Know,
I'll tell you something. Talking about Bella, I told you she had this terrible problem with her fur and everything during the pollen season. And I was spending a fortune going to the vet, getting all these different bits of rubbish. They were giving me steroids and everything. And I discovered via a YouTube vet to use high quality coconut oil on her fur.
But you got to rub that in. You can't touch the fox,
right.
you know.
Yeah, that's all right. I can rub it in. She lets me. But this.
No, but I mean, you can't do that with a fox. I mean, a wild fox, you know.
Well, you could if 2 of you grabbed hold of it.
No.
All right, then you can't. Terrible. I hate to see animals ill. It's a terrible thing to see. Horrible.
Yeah, it is sad. I mean, yeah, it is sad. Anyway, me and my friend are working on contacting this charity. We just got to get some more photographic evidence for them before they assist us, you know. If you contact the local authorities, they will come out and gas them, basically, in the den. So that would mean that all of them, that means all of them get killed. So you don't want that.
Yeah, there's something weird going on here in Hackney because here in Hackney, somebody is taking care of them. So I told you, I saw a couple of years ago, I saw a fox with where she'd had her side shaved in a square taken off where she'd been spayed. So somebody's taking care of them. They do look pretty good. If I say so myself, the foxes around here. It's nice to see because it's nice to see animals around the place. Love it.
It is indeed.
Yeah, it cheers me up.
Well, Divine Hazel tried to get on, but then she failed, so maybe she's going to try again. Yeah.
So yeah. So how's your baby? You did tell me his name, but I've forgotten it. What's his name?
We won't worry. We won't worry about that right now.
How is he?
Huh?
How is your baby?
He's very well. He's extremely well.
Oh, that's good.
He's very well walked, very well fed. He's brushed and he's very happy. You know, he's happy for me, put it that way. But that's not hard. But he is not, he's much happy. He is actually happy, which is amazing.
I'll say my cats are. My cats lead such a fabulous life. Lucky little things. And they get better medical treatment than I get as well. The vet's far nicer than the doctors I meet at my own hospital. I might start getting the vet myself. No, they do gorgeous lives. Free as little birds. Do what they like. Poop in the bath when they feel like it.
They do what they want when they want, unlike you.
Well, I don't poop in the bath.
No, but you don't want to poop in the bath. But I'm saying that they have much less boundaries on their behaviour than you do.
They don't have any boundaries on their behaviour.
Exactly.
No.
Well, they do. You don't let them do everything, do you?
Yeah. They just whatever they please. Yeah, I let them do everything. I don't tell them off. They're completely just do whatever they please, really. I mean, cats do. You can't tell a cat not to do anything. Yeah, I don't know if I do. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they trash my furniture. You should see the state of my furniture. I use it as a scratching post. And I can't actually have... I can't have nice little lace curtains on my windows because they use them as something to swing on. There's no curtains, so I can't have that.
Okay, Divine, that's a shame. So Divine says she can't come on because she's having problems with her phone company. Yeah.
Oh, wow. What do you think of the blackout today in London?
Oh yeah, it didn't affect me, but tell us a bit about it, because I know it was on the Underground, wasn't it? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I don't know much. I mean, the news nowadays is so, I don't know, weird.
It's quite
Yeah.
scary though, that
Yes.
people were trapped on. I wouldn't like that.
Did you used to travel on the tube?
Yeah, I
You
did.
know what? Something I want to talk to you about. When I used to work in the city, I met so many people who used to work in the city, and they were living in places like Southend-on-Sea and places in Kent and things. And they'd spend sometimes 3 hours a day traveling by train.
Yes.
And I would say to them, how do you stand it? And they used to say to me, you get used to it. But you know what? I couldn't get used to that. Could you?
No.
I just don't understand it. I just don't understand, because I can't get, if I don't like something, I can't get used to it. I mean, can you do that? Just get used to things.
I don't like commuting. No, it's a huge bugbear of mine. It's not nice. Yeah.
It's real misery. I've never had to do it. Luckily, I've always been in a position where I could, walk to work, i.e. it would have to be a sort of walk, but I could do it. But the thought of having to get on a train every day for maybe 3 hours a day, or a tube journey every day, year after year for 40 years, I don't know how people do it. I just don't know. Some people must have a heck of a lot of stamina or something. I don't know. You know what else I don't understand? Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just reading about the power cut. Yeah, go on anyway.
Is women who stay with men who beat them up. I've known several women who are with men who knock them about now and again. Something else I don't understand.
How often does it happen, or did it happen?
Well, this was a few years back now. Unfortunately, we've all sort of lost contact with each other. But I used to have one good friend, and her husband used to knock about every now and again when he was having a saddie on. And I thought to myself, why'd you stay with him?
And also, it does happen the other way around as well,
Yes, I know.
Apparently, it's quite common.
Don't understand. I just do not understand.
Divine, it just says you've got to attach your microphone. That's the only issue you're having at the moment. Divine, so you've got to figure out how to allow your microphone access. So maybe go into your... No, I'm talking to Divine. She's trying to get on, but she keeps failing.
What do you need microphones for?
To speak on this show.
I don't have a microphone.
Of course you do.
No, I don't.
You have a mic in your laptop or your phone or whatever you're using. Yeah. But you have to give access to it.
Oh, right, do I?
you already have access to it, Divine. Oh, sorry, Chickpea, you're already here talking. It's fine, but I can see when someone's microphone isn't attached or it isn't approved, and if that's the case, they can't come on the show, unfortunately.
Oh. But talking about Revelation, it does also say in the Revelation that vast numbers of the human race are going to be wiped out. It also says that. Yes, but you know what? That lot of the World Economic Forum are saying the same thing. Do you hear about that, yeah?
I've heard this and that, you don't know what to believe anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny old world, isn't it? I personally think that, yes, I do believe that every now and again the powers that be arrange a big conflict, and then they can have a feast. It's like a little game of chess they play. Yeah. I really truly believe that. And I think the next game is going to be a real whopper. One, I'm so bloody miserable. But you're not miserable, are you, D&W?
Sometimes. Why do you care if there's a war or not, seeing as you don't care about anything?
Well, I don't want to. I'm not that. I don't care anything. Not that far gone. I mean, I'm not that far gone.
That's good. That's good.
But I think it will happen. I don't know. I just I don't know. I find this world a very strange place, very odd, very weird.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all.
Okay. Well, if anybody else wants to come on, please do. Otherwise, we'll end the show soon.
What's Jeff Dog doing?
I don't know.
What's Marcus doing?
I don't know. He's probably otherwise engaged, as is his prerogative. He can do what he wants. He's a free man. We are coming up to about half an hour since the Earth Dog said he might pop on, so maybe he will pop on soon.
Gosh. Wow. Gosh. Yeah, because I have, at the moment, I'm reading the Essential Schopenhauer. Very good.
Oh, wonderful. Very welcome to Brother Ian from We Are Awake TV. I do like going on that channel now and again. Ian, lovely to have you here, brother. How are you doing, sir?
What's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Thanks for having me on.
No, man,
doing
you're
great.
always welcome here. I'm privileged to have you here. I do like your channel. Chickpea, you might not be aware, I do share his content now and again. Ian has a channel where he kind of talks about what we kind of like stuff that we talk about. He's I suppose you could call yourself a truther, Ian, right? You're looking for the truth, right? And he's questioning reality, trying to find out what's going on.
All right.
And he does delve into very similar topics. He has some interesting views on reality, and he does share a lot of commonalities with us, but he also has some kind of, which I think is good, some kind of positive effect on it as well, and talks about love and the need for reaching out and loving and all the, which we do as well.
Yeah. Yes.
But
trouble.
he views good, and it's good to have someone like that around. You know, he views the good in humans and in the world, the good side of us that can hopefully defeat the bad. Am I right, Ian?
Yeah, thank you. True love, right? There's a lot of fake love. I would say about 95% of it's not real.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Hooray. That's what I think. Most of it's not real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So interesting topic you have here, prophecies.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything too deep, but I was just reading the Wikipedia page on it, and just going through that really, and just seeing the different prophecies that are out there in terms of religious slants and also kind of esoteric as well. So like Nostradamus and that kind of thing. So yeah, and I was just asking people in general, have they ever had a prophecy themselves? Have they ever had a premonition of what is going to happen? Chickpea said she hasn't, but she is fond of the Book of Revelations. Okay, she believes in the Book of Revelations that, you know, we're going to have some kind of doomsday scenario where the humanity is going to fall into an abysmal situation and then going to somehow be redeemed, right, Chickpea?
Well, I think some of us. I don't know.
Be.
I don't know about being redeemed. There's going to be a massive kill-off, I believe. Massive, huge kill-off. That's I do.
Well, what about you, Ian? Have you ever had any premonitions or prophetic thinking about what is going to happen in the future? Or are there any prophecies that you pay attention to, for example? Both questions.
In a biblical sense, I wouldn't call any of it prophecy. I would call it all planning a playbook.
And some kind of, it's a plan, isn't it? A crazy plan.
And I think in the beginning of it all, they were making you convert or you were going to be taken out, right? And so everyone had to follow this playbook and know it and believe it, and hence why it all went down. And so, I don't. Prophecy means predicting something on a biblical sense. I don't really. Whenever they, resurrect something in Israel or they do something and they point to it like, oh, this is the Bible. So all the people, trapped in the religion trap, they start believing it more and falling deeper into that pit hole. And then the ones that, the doom and gloomers, they get happy because they're, because they want, it's just a big game being played on us. So we don't step into the present moment now, and just sit in that. They want us to be outside of that. You know, the whole school programming, learning about history and what this person did, that person did, this event, having to memorize it, and then where are you going to be when you grow up? Always outside this present moment. That's the big program.
Right.
You know, what's going to happen. And then once you step into what's going to happen or what happened, you sit in that, that's when you're getting energy harvested.
Yeah, Ian, you won't mind me saying there are a lot of people on this channel who have that belief, Ian, that this is a kind of loosh farm, and there is
Right.
something feeding off our negative energy states, off our trauma, off our worrying, off our suffering, physical torment, mental anguish, and they're using that for some reason. Maybe it's empowering them somehow. Would you like to give your particular beliefs in that regard? I think Chickpea might have similar beliefs, but Ian, would you like to share yours?
Sure. Thank you for the space to speak. I appreciate it. I used to be deep into the soul trap, right? And I'm not there much anymore because like I'm trying to step into my own power and not be in this fear state because I realize how powerful I am. So if I think I'm in a soul trap and they're doing all this, then I'm like vibrating on this frequency gate trap energy level. So like I'm trapped. So it's a trap itself, believing in it so much and worrying about it. And that's what they want us to do. And we're at the point where they're just telling us things because they want us to know. So reinforce the prison.
So it's a self-defeating belief, basically. It's disempowering of yourself to believe these things.
No, I mean, a lot of the details I believe is correct. I know is correct about these beings that are energy harvesting us and these loops and cycles and making us forget and mind. This is all real stuff, I believe. But how do we step outside of that? How do we get out of the loop? You know, that's the question. And
yeah, that's why I'm here.
That's why Chickpea's here as well, Ian. She wants to know that. I mean, recently we read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, right? And that basically is like obviously it's an old Tibetan Buddhist text, and it literally talks about when you die, you go to this place called the Bardos, and when you're there, you'll be tormented by these different visions of this and that, all trying to get you to basically come back here and be reborn again. Now, interestingly, it is all your own ego. It is all of your own thinking. All right, that's what the book says. So it's you basically against yourself, and you've got to battle with your own outlook, basically, in this life. And if there is something else, the battle is continued there. And the reason it's important is if you fail, you will come back here. So it kind of is like the soul trap thing. And what's interesting is the soul trap thing does repeat. It's in like well, the Buddhist ideas, it's in the Gnostic ideas. Even in Judaism, they talk about you come back here again and again and again. You keep coming back until the Messiah comes here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In Islam, they say that the soul pre-exists, all right, and you come here. So that's interesting. It's only in modern Christianity that they don't believe in reincarnation. Now, the thing is, Gnostic Christianity does believe in reincarnation. So that's interesting that reincarnation is the common theme or at least being born from a pre-existing state is a theme in most religions. Now, I would agree, Ian, with you, though. I would agree that it's important to not pay too much attention to it to the degree that it disables you, to the degree that it disempowers you and it stops you from helping others, lifting them up. But I also think it's important I personally find it important to show to help people realize we're not ultimately in a good place, objectively speaking, and it's important to recognize that so that you can have empathy for others. I don't know how you feel about that, Ian. Now, It's a very hard thing to put your finger on because I know I've watched some of your videos now, and you seem to be moving towards ultra positivity, which I respect as well, by the way. And and you seem to be trying to help people to be more positive by looking at the love and the good parts of nature. So that is interesting to see how you've gone in that direction. But ultimately, sorry if I'm sounding convoluted here, but when we read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it was basically showing that it's all down to you as an individual, and you have to defeat your own demons, which are all of your own mind. So any ideas you have of yourself not being worthy of salvation, any ideas you have of self-doubt, not loving yourself, etc., etc., these are the type of things that will torment you in this life, but also they're the types of things that will cause you to come back here.
Right.
That was the overriding message in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. For example, in the first 7 days after death, you will be visited by peaceful entities, peaceful deities of your own mind's making, and they will shine a bright light towards you, but you will feel so unworthy of that bright light, you will move towards dimmer lights, okay? That's what it was saying, because you will not feel worthy. You will not feel yourself important enough, lovely enough, etc., etc. You will feel yourself as a kind of subhuman entity who is not worthy of pure love. And so that's why you might move towards a dimmer aspect of the reality you are projecting, and that will cause you to potentially be reborn here. Now, interestingly, Ian, though, this flies in the face of some soul trap theory, which said you shouldn't walk towards the light at all. So that was interesting. I myself, Ian, if after death, there is this thing about light, okay, I'm just going to do what I feel is right, Ian. I'm not going to pay attention to anything, only what I truly feel inside, and I'm going to do it with the intention that I'm going to be doing the best for myself, in the belief that I am, and in an earnest, like, confident belief as well, because in truth, I don't know what's going on here, Ian. Do you understand? And if I'm honest about that, and I move forward with self-respect, self-care, self-love, that's all I can do, and hope for the best, hope for the best without being afraid. I suppose I'm going to try and do it without fear. That's the important thing. I'm going to try and do it without any fear. So I'm going, whatever I do, if there is such a thing as some kind of reality after I die and I'm in it, and there is some kind of test, I'm going to try and do whatever I do without being in a state of fear. Okay? That's what I'm going to try and do. Chickpea talks about, walking towards the light, etc. after you die. Chickpea, what are you going to do, Chickpea? And Ian, you can reply. Sorry, Chickpea.
I'm going into the dark. I'm terrified, petrified. Because Ian, I'm an old lady. I'm 70. So, God, mind you, knowing my luck, I'll probably be here and I'm 100. Knowing my luck, I probably will.
Chickpea is a 70-year-old woman. She says when she dies, she's going to turn away from the light, Ian.
Yeah, I'm going.
She's not going to walk towards the light. I myself will probably walk towards it.
Yeah, but the thing is, no one's ever come back from the dark. They've only come back from the light.
What would you say to Chickpea, Ian?
Well, I would say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is the thing. The reason why people are going, or they want us to go to this light after death, right?
Yeah.
If you're going there, then you didn't tap into the one within now. So that's the trap.
Sorry, we've lost.
So he's saying you're doing the right thing, Chickpea.
Oh. Well, I hope so, because
So
let him speak. Sorry, Ian, go ahead.
No, but yeah, no, I like what you said, and I love this discussion. I feel deeply that this death is the big program of these beings controlling this realm that come in here and took over, and death is what they brought as the loop to keep us forgetting and in these cycles. Therefore, death doesn't exist. It's not a part of me. It's a program in this realm. So I'm not going to wait until death, supposedly, that's not even real, to get out or find myself. That's the trap in the soul trap. And so this is the duality game. You have the hell realm people that this is absolute hell and it's all this and it's negative. Then you have the new age, love and light, everything's perfect. And even these parasitic beings around us that are causing trauma to innocent people are our teacher. This is the Democrat Republican. This is the blue red. This is the two sides of the same coin game, duality game. And so we want to break free of these loop games they're playing with us. So death is if you stay unconscious outside the present moment, when you die, you better believe you're going to remain unconscious. You're going to go right through it back again. So you want to become conscious right here, right now, not later. See, once we start thinking about death and like, okay, I'm going to do this and that, I'm going to make sure this. Now we're out of the present moment again. If look at everything that they do, it's all to keep us out of this present moment. And go outside, just sit in silence and get into that state of presence where you're not thinking of anything, you're not feeling anything, you're not worried about anything, you don't care about the past or the future, you're in that just present state. What comes in to take you away from that? The thoughts, right? That's the big matrix program, people. We have to get out of this whole mind and thoughts. This is the main matrix tool that keeps us out of our power. And this is how this is all going down. Yeah. Those thoughts are your biggest enemy, and it's all within you. There's nothing to defeat outside of yourself. Once you start shedding these lies within you that's not you, then you start returning and remembering. There's nothing to get out there. There's nothing to gain. There's no knowledge to learn. It's all remembering.
There you go. Now, I understand what you're saying in terms of detachment and seeing things as the illusions that they are. Now, we still have to navigate this world of illusions, all right? And we have to try and act day to day, which does involve thought. So whilst one shouldn't, I agree, we shouldn't put too much attachment, as in like thoughts that help make us get overly attached to anything in this realm, because it is illusory, I believe, a lot of the things. How do you suppose we practice our thoughts in a pragmatic sense, so in practical life? How should we carry ourselves, Ian? Because we've all got to do work, we've all got to, we can't all sit around all day detaching from everything. Sometimes we have to be actively involved in the world, unfortunately, whether we like it or not. So in that sense, what's your kind of and as I say, you can speak off the cuff here, just give us your feelings. How do you advise people to orient themselves, carry themselves in this world that we are in, given that sometimes you do have to think about it? Do you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but sometimes we confuse thoughts with what we're reading energy, right? We want to read energy for what it really is energetically, not surface level, what it looks like, what it feels like, or the words coming through. We want to feel energy. And sometimes that energy will come in as you'll decode it into a language and you'll confuse it for thoughts. So when you start hearing things in a language that you speak, you better believe that's a thought from the matrix that you don't want. And sometimes it'll help you out. It'll make you successful. These are all timelines, right? Matrix scripts. So it'll help you out too, these thoughts. So I just look at it as reading energy. And when you read energy for what it is, there's no thoughts needed. You just know. So I don't need a language or thoughts or none of that. Hey, I get thoughts all the time. They always come in, and I understand navigating this realm, and you got a job or whatever you got to do, and you got to deal with the mind or whatever. But is it really, So it's all that's a deep question, and that's a difficult one for me to answer, actually, because it's everyone has their own journey to defeat this mind matrix within them. And it's important what you were saying about the evil, and it's important to understand this too. Like, you can't just be oblivious to it and ignore it. You have to know about this at this realm, at this time that we're in. You better believe we need to understand it and know what's going on around us. We can't be oblivious to it. that's another trap.
Yeah, yeah. It seems that what I get from this life is there is a glimmer of something in everything, but also to hold on to it fully is delusion. If you know what I mean. So if you attach yourself fully to a thought, and make that the center of your modus operandi, make that the center of your philosophy on life, it seems that the thought itself will become evidentially delusional. So it will show itself to be a delusion as a way of acting in every regard, if you know what I mean. So that sounds like gobbledygook. I'm sorry, but what I mean is, no thought that we have can wholly be attached to reality in a concrete manner. Do you know what I mean? It's not applicable as the solution to anything. It's a momentary thing that comes into our mind to something that we're facing, to something that we're feeling. But ultimately, it's subjective in nature. It's for ourselves, and it's not the panacea. It's not the solution to everything. Do you know what I mean?
What's not the solution?
The thought, if you know what I mean. The
I would
thought
say,
sorry,
yeah,
that just
no,
came to me. I'm just, by the way, guys, I am just speaking off the cuff here, so
yeah.
you feel free to correct me if you feel like I'm being erroneous. But yeah, sorry, you're saying, Ian?
No, I wouldn't say it's the solution to everything, but it's a big thing here, right? This mind programming, these thoughts, these insecurities that come in and attach to your feelings and then your nervous system, and that's not us, truly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ian. I'm saying that the thoughts are not the be all and end all. They like, the thoughts ebb and flow in our mind, and they might be a solution in the moment, but long term, any thought we have will become redundant in its effect and in its ability to help us. Do you know what I mean? So to hold one thought, or to attach yourself to one thought and use that as the thing that steers you throughout life is an act of delusion, if you know what I mean. So if I think that existence is wholly evil, that's a thought I've had, and I use that to guide myself. It may cause me to do delusional things. It might be that what I'm facing in that moment is evil, but not everything. Do you know what I mean? Not everything is wholly evil. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Same as if I think existence is good, again, that it may be what I'm experiencing is good in that moment, but if I hold on to that thought and ascribe meaning to it beyond that, then I'm in danger of being delusional, because clearly existence isn't wholly good. So that's kind of what I'm getting to.
It's shitty.
But what I kind of agree with Ian here. We are these animals with these feet. We are these entities with feelings. Okay, and what we do is we ascribe meaning to the feelings, and we use words to explain them. But the words are insufficient modes of communication, because words mean different things to all of us. You know, I have a different interpretation perhaps to one word as you do, and maybe your teacher taught you something, and your teacher meant one thing, and you on that day when you went to school, you took it in and it meant something else to you because of your emotions, or because of maybe a misunderstanding you had in regards to definitions, or maybe you had greater knowledge than your teacher and you interpreted it differently because of some pattern recognition that you had that they didn't have. So I'm just saying words are a huge problem, and I do think that, and therefore, if words are a problem, our thoughts are a problem as well.
You know what bugs me is how we get to exist in the first place. I mean, right, as an entity, and I'm not talking about meat baggery, I'm talking about my soul. How did I get to be in the first place? That's what really gets me, because I tell you something that really annoys me. How did I get to be in the first place? Who had the right to invent me when I didn't ask to be invented?
Well, you're saying who had the right to invent you when you didn't ask to be invented. Ian, do you have any thoughts on that, brother?
Well, Yeah, that's
I mean, who
maybe
has
you
that
were
right?
maybe you weren't invented. Maybe they made you forget. That's the whole game. They make us forget about who we
Yeah.
really are and everything before this. So
But you know,
we wonder, but yeah,
it
it's
really
an
pisses
interesting
me
question.
off, I tell you. And you know what else gets it about life is the whole thing about sins of fathers falling on the children. Okay? Now, I've had a pretty shitty life, and it's a lot to do with my shitty updragging. But I'm the one that's paid the price. And I'm the one, yeah, I'm the one. They had the fun, I paid the price.
Right.
Because they didn't pay it. That really pisses me off. And it says in the Bible, even the sins of fathers fall on the children. And they do.
Yeah, but again, Chickpea, I think what I've learnt from the text that we've been reading is, and this, I mean this philosophically, not just from a religious perspective.
Yeah.
The art of forgiveness is our savior. You know, forgiving
Yes.
others, forgive others for they know not what they do. And
Well,
when you
she.
realize, I mean, Ian did question free will for a while. I question. I'm more or less a skeptic of free will, but having said that, I am open to re-examining it because sometimes I think it's good to re-examine your strong beliefs so that you know. Otherwise, you become tyrannical. You know, you become in danger of being too rigid in an existence that demands fluidity. You know.
It demands
Um,
a lot, I find, this whole existence. Demands a
so
heck of a lot more than I've
yeah,
got.
so but I will say to you, Chickpea, it is of the utmost importance that we all forgive people who have hurt us, including our parents, if necessary, if they have hurt you, if
Yeah,
you
but what
feel
about
aggrieved by
you?
them. It's a difficult thing to do, Chickpea, but I truly don't believe anybody in their right mind would do evil. You know,
Don't you?
if
Oh, I
they
do.
sorry,
Oh, I do.
you do.
I don't know anymore. You know what? I don't really know anymore because I look at the. Told you I know a lot about the Second World War, and when you look at what went on during the Second World War in such a beautiful civilized country 80 years ago, look what people are capable of. And when you read a history book about the Norman Wars and the conquest and all this, it's an absolute bloody horror story. I mean, I'm not a very nice person, but even I would better pick up a sword and start sticking it into somebody. Even I couldn't do that.
Right,
I
right,
just,
right.
it's like a
Okay.
horror, one big bloody
Oh,
horror.
there is a lot of. I agree with you. There's a hell of history is
It's a
horrible, but
real
also
horror.
there are sparks of goodness in it where people fought back against the evil, you know, and sometimes a lot of the time they won in the end, you know, but also one realizes by looking at history that even the victors, even the people that defeated evil, they
Yeah.
also had evil in them to some degree because like none of us are saints here. None of us are completely good, or you know, none of us are completely evil. We are on spectrums, you know. But
I find
Ian, have you got any advice for Chickpea on how she feels, for example, about her parents? This is a 70-year-old woman who feels aggrieved because her parents brought her here, and her stepdad. I mean, what do you think your stepdad was bad? Is that it, or your mum? So it's your mum, isn't it?
well, you know, my stepdad didn't owe me anything. He's
No,
my
so it's more your mum, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
he used to let her do it. He encouraged her, and he has screwed me up. When I look back my relationship with men, it has. Yes, I can see now why I was so promiscuous. It all goes back to that whole time my stepfather. It's all unrequited love, fear of rejection, terrible fear of rejection.
One thing I will say is I don't think there's a simple explanation for any of our behavior, and sometimes we pinpoint it to a trauma. But I do also believe that one has to be accountable for your own actions
Yeah,
to
but you
some
don't know
degree
what
as
to
well.
do. Half the time, you
Yeah.
don't know what you're doing until you look back on it. That's the
Yes,
trouble.
yes.
You
But it's
don't know
not.
what
What
you
I'm saying is, it's not all our
uh,
parents' fault. I'm saying it's not all our parents' fault. Ian, do you have any advice on her, or like in any of this? I'm not going to put words into your mouth, but
No, don't worry. I'm just a miserable old bag who fed up with life. Bloody death. No, that's not true. But I've just had it. It's been I think it's a bloody farce.
all right. Well, Ian, do you have anything to say to Chickpea, brother?
Yeah. Well, I feel like certain, not many of us, but a lot of us have been born into situations and around certain people to target us, right? To take our light away. And then the beings around us, these parasitic beings are programmed, whatever they are have a program within that is coded within them to keep us away from ourselves and to go after our light within.
Yeah.
And this is deep stuff that's going on in our reality, and a lot of us on this level, or whatever, I don't want to call it a level, but with this, or us in these situations, are what's powering the system. There's not many of us, right? And that we're the ones that they go after the most. So
So are you saying that some people are targeted in some way?
Apparently, yeah. It
Yeah.
happens before you're born. Apparently, I have read it's something. It happens before you're born, isn't it? But I'll tell you something, D&W. When a parent rejects you, whether it's a mother or a father, that fear of rejection stays with you the rest of your life, and you go into "I'll reject you before you reject me" mode, which is how I spent my life.
So
Okay,
when
go ahead, Ian.
when you know, there's like agreements and timelines that we're thrown into and we so-called agree to.
Yeah,
This is the big program. Like, we have some lessons to learn, and then so this is the biggest cop out for these parasitic evil beings around us, is that, well, what a perfect mind state for a piece of garbage to pick up on that. Oh, well, I'm just giving you your lesson. You asked for it. You agreed to it before this life. See, this is the big game being played on us. And if you wouldn't, none of us would agree to this now. So why would we, in this conscious state before birth, agree to these horrible things? That says that you weren't conscious then. And that tells me you're not going to be conscious when you die like you think you are. So now is the time to return and remember what's really going on and who you really are. I'm not going to wait until so-called death to return, when that's when this whole loop goes down. So I want to step off the loop entirely, and that has to be right now. It can't be when I die. It can't be before I came into this life. If I chose the things I did in my life, there's no way. I don't need lessons. I'm already everything I need. I always was. I don't have anything to learn. I don't need to go through any trauma to learn anything. And neither do you, Chickpea, or anyone else around here. That's the nonsense. This is the energy harvesting going on. This is the parasite. This is the game going on.
I do love Ian's energy, guys, and I always have, and that's why I like him. You know, when you find someone who you can tell is caring, you know, Ian does give me that vibe, you know, and that's why I like him, you know, and he is a humble man. Ian, by the way, guy, I've just changed the settings. If you want to put this live on your channel, you can, so that you can bring, you know. I'm
gonna repost it.
No. You can literally put it live on your channel. I've just changed the settings. I don't know how. Basically, if you let me just see how you do that. 1 second.
No, it says I have it up here now. The only thing is, I want them to see the whole thing, so I'm gonna repost it and link your channel tomorrow morning. Is that cool?
Yeah. But if you want, you can. I'm just saying, if you want, you can put it live now, and they can hop on. So it's up to you, and they can hop on. And by the way, they'll hop on through your channel. You know what I mean? So it's up to you.
Next time I'll be joining more, and next time I will, because I want them to see the whole thing. You know, but as
I say, it'll be good to have. I think it's good because there is a little bit of a duality. Some of your guys believe different things to some of my guys, but there is a lot of commonality, and I think that people need them. I'm just in favor of people getting together and talking, because we can't be too atomized. We can't be too separate. Although we have to go inwards, we also have to seek assistance from others, you know, in our personal reflections on reality, because otherwise we're going nowhere. You know, we have to seek help, you know, but you have to be careful how you do it, obviously. And I think that, you know, you're Ian, you're quite diligent in being careful, which I like. You know, you have your own mind. You know, I want to bring in Gaia. I think Gaia and Ian, these two will be really interesting to hear talking to each other. So go ahead, Gaia, brother. How are you doing? What have you got to say about this? And please introduce yourself to Ian and the listeners.
Well, I'm Gaia. I'm a philosopher. I came up with my own ontology. Well, not my own. Brought back an ancient system, transdualism, and I'm a transdualist, transtheist, and just here to share my insights I may have gained.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Ian.
Yeah, I love the conversation. I'm open to anything. I got some time, so I'm here.
That's what's up. That's what this group is for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, what did you say you wrote your what?
I was struggling with the mainstream narrative, of this atheism versus fundamentalist Christianity, and I came to this conclusion of transdualism, of altering the math. It's not just ones and twos. It's not just ones and zeros. There's more to the math at play here. So
Right.
that's
Like
where
what would you what I don't want to jump ahead, but
No, you
what's
go.
what's more at play here?
What's more at play here? What do you mean by that? Like the overall circumstances, or like my insights on what I may have gained?
Yeah, so when you're talking about like it's a dualistic game like everything else, it's this left
Well,
right
that's where
paradigm, right?
transdualism is incorporating both non-dualism and dualism, and it creates a dance instead, in a symphony instead of a battle. So many people see dualism as this battle, and even as a trans-dualist, you can't help but see dualism as a battle oftentimes. Especially in the culture that we're raised, in the Western world. We don't see yin and yang as this dance. We see yin and yang as the fundamentalist Christian text of the devil versus God, sin versus good. And that's where I'm getting into ethics and realizing that it's not so simple, it's not so black and white. Whether it's the ethics at play or the ontology at play of the cosmology, how the universe is structured, it's much more complex than most people give it credit for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Gaia. Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead, Ian.
I was just gonna say, for me, it's all about coming from your heart space, like truly, that true within of in everything,
Listening to your
It's-
soul.
I mean, yeah, you can use those words to describe it, right? But these words can get confusing. So
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, when I say soul, I refer to soul as in the true self.
right.
Like there's the ego,
But
which is often the false self, and the soul could be more of the true self.
This is interesting. This is what I feel deep within is that, we have a variety of natures within people. Like some of these parasites in this realm, and some we can't even see because we have limited ability to decode what's really there. So when they're being a parasite, they're being their true self. That's
Yep.
their nature. That's who they really are.
Yeah.
And so this is the great split, is a parasite or a non-parasite. That's what I see. And it's not a dualistic game. That's just the truth. And so some of these beings, that's their true nature. So I don't fall for this we're all one narrative at all. I mean, we're all like existence in a way. We're all like here, we're all whatever, but our true nature, energetic beingness, whatever words, our true energy field
Yep.
is not the same.
Yeah. See, that's where I agree with you in theory, but in practice, I say it's more complex. It's that one and two are not opposing truth claims. They're just different expressions of the same truth.
Right.
That's the way I view it.
That's deep, yeah.
Yep.
I must find all this very, very complicated. Really, Christ, I don't know. I didn't ask to. I just found it all so complicated.
Oh, well, the dualisms are a lot more complicated for people to understand because, they, especially here in the Western, cultures, that we don't talk about these, grand ontological, cosmological systems. We just talk about, is it monotheism or polytheism, It's all about the
I don't even
theism
know what that
here.
is. So it's. I mean, I'm very new to this, but this is so complicated.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know like some of these words. I don't know the actual like definition for reference. Like, and call me whatever, but like when you said the theisms, what can you just tell me what that is?
Theisms. Well, theism is the belief in God, but there's all these different
Okay,
forms of theism. There's
all right.
monotheism, which is the belief in one all-powerful
Oh God,
God.
yes,
Then
yes,
there's
I know that bit.
polytheism,
Mm.
belief
So
in many gods, a little pantheon, a family of gods. Then there's henotheism, which is sort of a mixture of the polytheism and monotheism, but it's bound to rigid frameworks where the lesser gods aren't as, powerful as the major god. But then there's transtheism, which is basically the minor gods are aspect of the major god, and you can't minus one from infinity is still infinity. So even the minor gods are still just aspect of the major all powerful god.
so where are all these arsehole gods hanging out? So seriously, I tell you.
What I call a lot of that is just a box for someone to sit in. It's
Mm.
another, these are just boxes. This is the matrix for me. It's a box of information and codes and just a labyrinth, right?
It's
That's
in a
the,
box.
I think you'd like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, Ian. If you want, you can listen
yeah.
to it. I read it. You can listen to it.
Mm.
I mean, don't take it in literally. I mean, it's metaphorical. It's all just speaking in terms of imagery, but it does talk a lot about this world being illusory and also the afterworld being full of illusions that will make you come back here, and basically this place being a kind of matrix, a trap. So I definitely think it would be something worthwhile listening
So
to.
how do we destroy
No,
our souls? Because if we don't have a soul, we cannot be, can we?
I
Well, we
yeah.
are, so I mean
Yeah, but
that sort of
how
defeats
does
that.
one destroy one's soul?
Who here is saying that we don't have a soul, Chickpea?
I haven't said that. I believe we all have souls. No, I'm saying how do we destroy our souls? Because if we don't have a soul, then there's no point in recycling us or doing anything with it because we don't have a soul anyway.
Well,
I'm
some
so
might say.
stop all this.
I want to say I don't know what's going on, but I'm
Please
trying to
take that.
learn what's going on, which is why I like having these conversations. But
I
some
vaguely
people use soul, some people use energy. Say that we are energy.
I
And
I
people
like
have
essence. Yeah.
essence. Ian says essence.
No,
Yeah.
I
It's
say soul.
it's all words and perceptions, right? And we have to make sure we tag down our perception with some of these words for the conversation. But I want to throw in here that this realm, like this is a parasitic nature um, infiltration around us. That's the invader. And parasites, one thing I know 100% is they can't operate without a host. Therefore,
Exactly.
this realm isn't just, you know, just evil and all this. This is a infiltration. There's an overlay here that's infiltrated. And the truth is here, right now. It's just multiple, it's a layered system. And we're trapped, we're in this realm, but the truth is here too. It can't operate without it.
Yeah.
It has to invade. That's what these
that's
things do.
interesting. So that they have to show us some of the light to keep us salivating for more, right?
Yeah, super deep stuff. You know what's going on here,
Mm.
and we're right in the middle of it.
I just want to bring Gaia back into the conversation. Gaia, we were talking about prophecies for humanity. Have you paid a particular attention to any of the famous prophecies, or have you indeed formed your own prophecies?
No, I've had moments of, keen intuition where things have, come true, but I don't align that with prophecy. I take a much more transmodern approach to prophecy. I believe in it in some level, that we do have these abilities at times to foresee, the future, but I don't see it in these, prophecy has such theological terms behind it, the Bible, things like that. And, I don't agree by prophecy from that perspective. So the mainstream perspective, no, but the more open-minded perspective, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Chickpea did ask the question earlier. Where did we come from? I don't know if
This
either
all
of you
gets
have
me.
I don't know if either of you have any ideas on that. Obviously, they don't have to be fully formed, but just maybe even rudimentary kind of foundational thoughts on it, or exploratory thoughts on it. We'll start with Gaia then, and then we'll maybe move to Ian. Where do you think we came from as a? I know you could give the biological material definition of where we came from, or theory, but is there anything beyond that, Gaia? Are we just material that has manifested a consciousness, or do you believe in a pre-existence of the consciousness? Do you believe in whatever this life force is? Where did it come from, Gaia? That's what I'm getting at.
No, it's really interesting. I actually think that we sort of came from oblivion, but oblivion, whether it's before death or after death, I think it's very illusionary, because of the shift in consciousness, it's sort of like, somebody dreaming versus being awake, like some people say that that their consciousness is in a different spot and that therefore they're not, alive and awake and conscious, and other people will say, opposite things. I think that, oblivion is just it's probably this grand mystical realm that we aren't seeing any of it because we're in this spot, this transitionary spot where our perspective, it needs to get in alignment to where we can actually see these things.
Okay, thank you. Ian, have you got any thoughts, brother?
Yeah.
Where we came from.
Where we came from.
Or where the force came from, the life force. This kind of thing.
That's
or
an interesting.
Even consciousness, whatever. Yeah.
Maybe we always were. Maybe nobody really knows.
No one does know. No,
And so that's why they're trying to come in and play. Well, we don't even know where we came from, so let's play God. That's what these beings do. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm here and I exist. So it's like.
Hello to Lindis. Do you want to come on, Lindis, and talk to us as well?
That would be amazing. I don't know. It's a powerful thing to say. I don't know. I don't know.
Ian, I respect that, bro. Because too many people are too sure.
Yeah, none of us know. But
none of us know. But we can have feelings about what we feel is right and wrong for us as an individual, and looking out into the world as well, what is right and wrong, we can have feelings about it. But there is some element of admitting our I don't want to use I mean we have a certain disability in this material body. We do, because we can't do anything, it seems, about what is happening around us. Do you understand? I mean, we seem, some people believe in manifesting reality. I think you can, to some extent, navigate your life, but if I'm honest, there seems to be it seems to be a stormy sea, and I can learn how to swim in a stormy sea, but I can't control the stormy sea. Do you understand?
Yeah.
There are glitches set up for us to trip over. I don't get anyone saying.
I can try my best to swim in a stormy sea, but I know one day I'm not going to be able to keep swimming. But I also have to know that I can't control the stormy sea. It's bigger than me, whatever it is. But that little bit of me that can do something for me, I will try and utilize it for myself, and I will try and help others swim as much as possible.
I look after cats.
Yes. But I'm just, as I say, I'm just shooting words out of my head here off the cuff. But I think a lot of it comes down to letting go of egotistical attachment to being able to control this realm. As do you know what I mean? Is that a defeatist attitude?
No,
am I being bad saying that? Is that evil? Is that like not good?
I think it just shows the complexity of the state, like when you're talking about this manifestation and stuff, the way I see it is if you tie it to your ego, you're just playing with chaos magic, but if you're not tying it to your ego, there's something else at play, You know,
Can you
there's something else at play.
Can you define the term chaos magic, guys? Please, if you can.
That's deep. He knows what he's talking about. Man. I got into that.
This man is a very deep dude. Yeah, same as you, Ian. Gaia, can you talk about chaos magic? I mean, it sounds like black magic, kind of like not good.
Yeah, well, it's this belief that that you can uh it's this extreme belief in manifestation that oftentimes oftentimes people will play with chaos magic, and it's almost this Nietzschean, Ayn Rand like spiritual state, where people are playing with tarots or something, and they're not just thinking it's a prophecy or something. They're thinking their tarot cards are literally changing reality, and that to me just creates these delusions in the brain and the ego. These negative feedback loops of absurdity. You're not getting anywhere true.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yes,
the second I
for
have
me,
expectations, chaos finds me in my life. But the second I drop those expectations and think positive, all this magic finds its way into my life, and it constantly is breaking my brain. And I'm going, this can't be real. Like, this is fairy tales. This is magic. What the fuck is going on here?
Right. Now we are somewhat through the book, A Course in Miracles. Well, volume 1 of it. We've been reading it here, trying to get any glimmers of gnosis or knowledge or perspective from it that might help us. Now you could say that if you ever pray or seek a higher power to help you do something, you are changing reality to some degree. And if you change one little bit of reality from some perspectives, you're changing the whole thing. For example, if I look at a wall of mosaic tiles and I change one tile, although I've only changed one small bit of it, I've actually changed the whole artistic display with that one little tile. But do either of you believe in miracles? Have you ever, like, I'm not saying like traditional Christian prayer or whatever religion you grew up with, but have either of you ever manifested somehow or other a miraculous event or miraculous set of events?
Can I ask you about?
Yeah, but I'm asking this question, Chippy. I'm asking this question, then we can go to yours. Yeah, is that okay? So Gaia and Ian. So we'll go Gaia, then Ian, then Chippy. Do you feel you've ever summoned in somehow a positive change in reality, like a miracle, a prayer answered for yourself or others? Gaia, you go first.
Well, there's the big one, and that would just be my, my finding faith. I could, say that would be, a perspective of that. But I could also expand that and go that, like I said, when I don't attach my ego to things and positive things find my way into my life, it's such a wild thing because, some part of you does have, a attachment to it. But
I'm Gaia, sorry to but I'm asking for a specific, like, event, something that happened that you could say, yes, I asked for that and it happened miraculously. Has that ever happened to you?
Then I'd just lean more toward the side of no on that side. That's where maybe
problem. I mean, if you want, you can come back in after Chickpea, but we'll go to Ian next. Ian, what about you, brother? I mean, these are words. I mean, you can put it in your own. You can explain it in your own words. You don't have to use the words miracle or prayer. But have you ever like manifested something through prayer, love, hope, or whatever it is? Like, do you ever feel like you've conjured up something very special, remarkable that is too coincidental not to be something we might deem a miracle?
I don't know about miracle, but I feel like I do it all the time. And it's when I find my true self in that true presence and shatter all these programs, and I'm in that true state, that is everything to me. So manifestation and miracles and this type of stuff is a lot of nonsense there. It's on these platforms, these teachers of manifestation. We can energetically manipulate, not in a bad, I mean, you can go either way you want with it, right? Negative or positive, the reality around us. And that's a fact. And we can create magnetism towards things we desire or want. That's based on what you want. And, but a lot of these people, they look like empty shells to me that create all this wealth and gain all these material things. It's not about that at all. You know, we deserve to have whatever we want. You know, if we're coming from our heart, we should have what we want. And so, so to answer your question, I don't know. I would just go there with it for me.
Okay, brother. Linda says, just realize who is the miracle. Okay.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Chickpea, what about you? Have you ever had something happen because
Yes.
you feel like you...
Oh, you know, twice. Right, guys?
No. I'm talking about where you prayed for it or you asked for it or you summoned it
No.
somehow in a good way.
No.
Have you ever had... No.
No, but I've told... Right, guys, what's your take on the sequence of events being changed by a paranormal force? That's happened to me twice in my life. Once when I was very young and my flat should have caught on fire, but I had a phone call from the dead.
Okay, let me just explain this. So this isn't Chickpea asking for something to happen, right? But
No,
Chickpea
no,
had...
no,
I'll let Chickpea... I know, let Chickpea, let me show you. Chickpea had these things happen where something was happening that was bad, and then somehow she believes an outside force, spiritual force, got involved and saved her from certain death. Chickpea, would you like to explain that? Because again, you didn't seek this; it just happened to you. Chickpea, Chickpea, explain it.
Right, what happened was I'd been out drinking booze, everything, and I'd been doing some cooking. I'd left the hot plates on, blah blah blah. Anyway, I went to sleep, into a coma, and I'd unplugged my phone before I went to sleep. The phone rang and the voice said to me, go into the kitchen. I went into the kitchen. The kitchen was ready to go up in flames. Now, if that phone had not woken me up, I would have been killed in a fire because I'd not been able to get out of the building because the way it was built, it was one of these cheap little bed sits, 5 stories up. So either way, I was stuck. Then in my late 30s, I had a massive suicide attempt. I took loads and loads of drugs. I was in a coma for 5 days. The doctor said to me, there's no way that I could have survived what I had taken. But I did survive. And even I knew when I came round that something weird had happened, something that couldn't be explained. But the doctor said there's no way I could have taken what I'd taken. But I did take it. But I suffer very badly from depression, and quite frankly, I would have liked to have died when I was in my early 20s, to be honest with you. I don't want to be. I hate the place. I spent my whole life on antidepressants. I hate this planet. I hate this existence. And twice now, I've tried to escape and I've been stopped. And I know if I tried again, I'd be stopped again. What do you make of that?
Okay, so did you hear that, Ian? She basically... She first of all, she got drunk one night, came home, and she unplugged her phone. Bear in mind, Chickpea is 70, so this was one of those landline phones, wasn't it? You pulled out the wall, wasn't it?
We couldn't plug them even in Germany in those days.
So you pulled it out of the wall, and you're saying you were asleep, and then the phone started ringing, and a voice said to you, "Get out, go to the kitchen." Now, can you please? What you didn't do was describe the voice.
Well, it was just a voice. I mean,
was it a man, a woman? Was it someone you knew, etc., etc.?
It was a female voice, but it was definitely unplugged. It was the fact it was unplugged. Maybe
and the second one was you said you tried to unalive yourself when you were in your 20s, was that it?
No, late 30s, very late
30s. And the doctor said there's no way you should be here.
Yeah, it says
but they felt like it was a miracle that you survived it.
No, I knew from how I felt when I came out of the coma. I was in coma for 5 days, and I knew I could feel it within myself because I didn't know I'd been in a coma for 5 days. Obviously, I mean, you wouldn't know anyway. But I don't know. Like, I feel as I'm cursed to be here for some godforsaken reason because I'm not. I loathe the place as well,
So
I've got hands
basically,
full.
you feel there was some kind of
Yeah, I feel as though,
significance to you being here, like you're meant to be here, right?
well, I'm a
Is that what you-
prisoner. I'm a prisoner
Okay.
here. This is a prison.
Oh, right. Okay. Ian, what do you have to say there to Chickpea, brother?
My heart goes out to you with a lot of compassion.
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah.
And what about the phone call thing? What do you think of that?
What did the phone? What did you do, or what did it tell you to do?
Go into the kitchen.
To go into the kitchen because basically she got drunk. She pulled the phone out of the wall and she went to sleep. And then the phone rang, woke her out of her drunken coma, and basically told her to go to the kitchen. And basically, the kitchen was
Right, yeah,
on
right.
fire
So-
because she'd left the hob on, the gas hob, and there was a fire. So it basically saved her life. That's what she says.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not happy about it. I tell you. I mean, I know you think yourself crazy,
Well,
but
there's you don't necessarily want to, yeah.
I'm very unhappy about it.
So
'cause I tell you-
basically, Chickpea thinks she's destined to be here, and she was destined to be here for a reason, Ian.
no, not for a reason, just a prison sentence. What could who knows I'm here for?
Yeah, but if that is a reason in and of itself. If you believe it's a prison sentence, that is a reason, right? Chickpea has to be for a reason, right?
God
I
knows.
mean, you don't generally go to prison for no reason, do you?
No, I suppose not. But
That's what you believe. Any thoughts on that, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about a voice, but there's been many times in my life where, you know, I got bad feelings or things like that that prevented me from going places, right? And I'm really glad I didn't, because I wouldn't be here right now if I went. So, but so there's, I don't, you know, that's, I don't know what that is.
Yes.
But
Intuition. We did do a talk on this some months ago on this channel. We did. I can't remember the actual facts of it, but we did look into intuition and the psychological significance of it. And it might be worth revisiting that topic in the near future. Guy, have you got anything to say about Chickpea's experiences?
Oh, it actually sort of reminds me of guardian angels, because I never was one to really believe in them too much until I've gone through my experiences, you know, finding faith in my near-death experiences. You know, looking back, I now realize that, you know, the reason I survived those 2 times I drowned when I was a kid was because I was
You too,
saved
then,
by my guardian angel. And my my guardian angel is actually the Metatron, the angel that I met. So, you know, talk about irony.
So you met an angel in your state of near death.
Not in the near-death experience, not on that one, but I met it on that first hallucinogenic experience with Salvia divinorum, and that's where I can look back and I can tell I get the same vibe, the same presence, the same energy. I know that the Metatron that I met is the same guardian angel that has saved me as a child.
Right.
how do we know that these voices or these coming in and guiding us aren't like timeline, like keeping us on timelines in these in this matrix, you know, and follow through with our agreements, and they seem as they're our saviors or they're helping us, but it's really keeping us on a timeline in this game.
Yep. No, that's where I have completely different views on that kind of thing than most people. Most people are trying to achieve moksha, you know, and dissolve their soul into oblivion. I'm sort of on the opposite stance. I'm like, nah, I'm good on this. I'll be here for a few million cycles, no problem.
Okay. I just want to say, 1 second. Yes, Chickpea, go ahead.
I know you think to yourself, why does she keep talking about this? But like the whole thing with the incidents with the fire and, you know, the whole thing with the hospital. It's you know, I'm so unhappy about it. You can't imagine how unhappy I am about it. Because I know for a fact I should have died.
Yeah, but Chickpea, you can be unhappy about it, but I think it's pointless to attach too much unhappiness to it, because you are here. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so it's pointless traumatizing yourself about something that you can't control. It's already happened.
Yeah, but that means something.
Can I just say, Chickpea, you got a fan here, Gary Garner. Gary, excuse me, Gary. I don't know. I've never seen your name before, but maybe I have. Apologies.
Got the same name as me, surname as me. Well, one letter.
He says, can I just say I think Chickpea is effing amazing. He's been listening for the past hour. Sorry for not joining in the chat. Well, Gary, if you think she's so amazing, why don't you come on and talk to her?
Ooh.
By the way, I want to bring in Yerfdog. He has been waiting very, very patiently. Yerfdog, I don't know if you were how long you've been with us here, but we were talking about prophecies. That's why we got onto all of this subject matter. We were just talking about prophecies in religious texts and in so-called esoteric texts, etc. Do you have any spicy takes on prophecies? Are there any that you've ever paid attention to? Any that you've any that you're aware of that you feel like we should give some thought to, even if they're not, if you don't necessarily view them as true, but as in somehow allegorically effective in relaying the human experience or what is important in the experience of being human. So Yerfdogs, basically say whatever you want to say. We can't hear you, brother. Yerfdogs, you're not coming through, brother. Let me just check microphone settings. Yeah, his settings are okay, so from my side anyway. So Yerfdogs, you might have to reconnect your microphone or something, or plug it in.
Can I talk to Ian for a second?
Yes, of course, while we're waiting for Yerfdogs. Yeah. But when Yerfdogs gets in, Yerfdogs just butt in whenever. Yerfdogs has muted himself. I don't know, Yerfdogs, have you fixed it?
Ian, have you ever heard of a fetus existing in a blue space before it's born?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Have you ever heard of a fetus existing in a blue space before it comes into this poop hole, before it's born?
A fetus?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Right, basically, I went to see a hypnotherapist years and years ago, and basically I found myself, this was in a hypnotic trance, I found myself in a strange blue place. I witnessed my own conception, and I watched the baby growing. It was a different time and space, but it was a blue space. The forehead started caving in, so I put my right hand out, and I marked it with a V. Well, there was no, anyway, I was born with a big red V on my forehead. My mother confirmed it. So This weird thing happened. You ever heard that before?
Basically, yeah, Ian, Chickpea is convinced she existed before she was born. And she went to a, what was it, past life regression thing. And basically, it went so deep that they brought her to a state where she was pre-womb, and she actually remembers. Do you remember choosing your mother, Chickpea?
No.
But you remember going into your mother. You remember somehow your conception, right?
Yeah, I witnessed the conception. I witnessed it in this blue space. In this blue space,
and you remember having you put your fingers on your forehead in a V shape, and then that was somehow symbolically significant for you. And you went and told your mother, as a 39-year-old woman, by the way, weren't you? You weren't young when you told your mother, were you? How old were you when you told your mother?
Yes, you were born with a big V on your forehead.
Your mother told you were born with a strange V on your forehead, yeah. So how old were you when you did that past life regression thing?
I was when would it have been? Late 80s, so I would have been about 37, 38, 39. It was a long time. Yeah. I went to stop smoking. I didn't go to do like past life regression. It's not the sort of thing I believed in even. No, it was So
there you go, Ian. Chickpea is somebody who believes in pre-existence, so she believes that she existed before.
I never used to, Ian, until this happened to me, and it's 30 years on, and I'm trying to find out what's happening because I'm getting close to time up.
Yeah, and
it sounds like they should have made you go a little bit further, a little back. They kind of brought you to a point where you're not going to gain really much
I went to see a therapist to stop smoking. It wasn't anything to do with real life experience, and the craziest part was, right, this is really wacky. I tried to find him to talk to about the whole incident, and he had done a sort of disappearing act from the office because he wasn't somebody that worked. He was in the City of London, and he was just doing a stop smoking. He was advertised as stop smoking, blah blah blah. It wasn't anything to do with the hypnotherapy, past life regression, nothing. I don't know what was going on. It was weird. But then,
Very true. But Ian makes it, so it was accidental past life regression, was it? Or pre-existent? I mean, you wouldn't even call it a past life regression. It's like it was pre-existence.
I don't know. That's why I ask people about it. Have you heard this before? Because I didn't go deliberate. I went to try and stop smoking. That's the whole weirdo thing. And
Right.
he unlocked. I actually blocked out my whole
Ian,
child history, and he unlocked the whole lot. And of course, I ended up having a mental breakdown.
Ian, do you have any? Have you ever had any feelings of having lived a past life? Or would you like to give us your beliefs on past lives or past life regression? Anything of that veil? Anything in that
Just
vein?
before Ian answers, am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yes,
go
you
ahead.
are. You are. You have
Cheers.
dogs. So I'll come round to
Right.
you, Yerf
Yep,
dogs.
no worries.
Actually, Yerf dogs. Before I come round to you, I'll go to Ian. Then I'm going to tell a quick story. Remind me of something my friend said to me last night, and then we'll go to Yerf dogs. So go ahead, Ian. About past lives.
Yeah, I do believe in I do feel we have past lives. I feel I'm always forever in the present moment. So whether I'm here or another life or whatever it might be. So yeah, I firmly believe in these. But these NDEs and past life regression, I did one myself, by the way, and it's a lot of it is we're witnessing and people telling stories of the loop that they're in this system. So there's really nothing to learn from these. It's just we're watching people or beings in this loop go down, and it's like, how do we break out of it? Well, I'm not going to study these experiences anymore. That's for sure, because it's just we're all stuck in this, or everyone's stuck in this loop, sharing their story in the loop. Well, I'm breaking out of the loop, so
You're trying to think outside the box, basically.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying there's no point of studying inside the prison. You've got to try and enlighten yourself to look outside it,
right.
if there is a prison. All right, guys. Well, as I said to you, I went on a nature watch last night with two of my friends, and I asked my friends about if they'd had any strange experiences, paranormal shit. And one of them worked as a kind of support worker, carer for elderly people, and he had this girlfriend that when we had one particular week where there was a lot of deaths. Unfortunately, there was excess mortality in the home that he was working in, and I don't know if it was pre-COVID. I asked him if it was COVID, but it wasn't that. It was just maybe some winter bug, like I don't know, some flu season or something. And unfortunately, a lot of people died. But his partner used to say to him, someone died, didn't they, when he came home? So she was able to just sense someone had died, even though she hadn't worked there, etc. He thought that was a bit creepy, and that is a little bit strange. But the story I wanted to share was my friend. He had this girlfriend. My friend's older than me now, so he had a friend back probably in the 80s or something like that. And basically, he said that he went out. He was somewhere with her one night. Maybe they were at his mum's house or something, or her mum's house, and they were in bed at night, and he couldn't sleep, and he was closing his eyes. When he had his eyes closed, he felt that the room was spinning. Okay. Now, I did ask him, were you on drugs or alcohol? And he said no, he was completely sober. But he felt the room was spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour. And basically, he also felt like the duvet, he was trying to lift the duvet off his head so he could look over it. All right. Bear in mind, this is probably like back in the 80s when central heating was expensive or wasn't that good. So it's probably quite cold. So he pulled the duvet up over his head. But he couldn't lift the duvet because it was like lead. It was like really heavy. But he got this overwhelming feeling that the room was spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour. Yeah. Now, it bothered him somewhat. Anyway, he woke up the next morning, and in the morning he said to his girlfriend, "Hey, how did you sleep?" And she said, "Not very well." He said, "Why? What happened?" She said, "Well, I was lying there, and I had this really strange feeling that the room was spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour." So she also had the exact same feeling, which I thought was really strange. Now there could be, that is weird. I said to her, yeah, that is really weird that she had the exact same experience. Now there could be some very strange scientific explanation for it. Maybe there was some kind of gas leak or some carbon monoxide thing going on in the house or something that made them both have some kind of similar experience. But it is strange. So We Are Awake says, this is Ian, by the way. He's We Are Awake. That's his channel. If you want to go to it on YouTube, he says the story about the V gave him the chills. That's your story, Chickpea. Gave
Me the chills.
yeah, and Brother Marcus is there saying V as well. I want to bring Yerf Dogs in, who has been waiting extremely patiently, and I know he is Captain Cynic, but he's also open-minded to some degree. But as long as you don't preach that you know something for sure. So Yerf Dogs, what's going on, fella?
Open-minded to some degree. Very nice.
Yeah, but not open-minded to the degree that your brains have fallen out.
I'm just listening in. I mean, obviously, I don't believe it. So,
Don't believe what?
everything that you've said.
He doesn't.
But it's a difficult thing, isn't it? Like people get hooked into their beliefs, and you kind of.
Well, you're very lucky you haven't had it happen to you. Because I tell you something, it wrecks your life.
Like I've said before, I don't
horrible.
disbelieve that people experience things.
A horrible thing to happen. It's awful.
But I just question the conclusions, the reasons that some people give for them having those experiences. That's what I'll say. Because I'm sure that people have weird experience, like that spinning around the room thing, the room spinning around thing. Yeah. I'm not going to doubt that happened, but I'd be interested to inquire further with the.
I mean, it could be, as I said, it could have been some carbon monoxide thing causing their brain to have a similar reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be a whole range of things.
It could be a whole range of things. Yeah. Brother Marcus believes in nothing as well. He says, "I too believe in nothing." There you go. Two believers in nothing. Nothingness. Chickpea, what about you? What about I mean, I wouldn't say I believe in nothing, because clearly there is something, as in we are here. So I would say I don't necessarily believe in
I wouldn't
nothing.
say I believe in nothing. I would say my default position always is I neither believe or disbelieve what you say.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm not really interested in what people like, their opinions or their stories. I'm interested in the reasons for why they think it happened.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm agnostic. I don't know what's going on here. I've often said I don't think it's very good. But I will say I do enjoy people expressing themselves. I think it's very important, because if we are all by ourselves thinking about reality or our reality in our rooms without expressing or communicating it, well, then we can't change our perspectives or develop. And I think it's very important to communicate what we're thinking to help ourselves mentally, because if nothing else, at least it can help you connect to others and realize you're not alone.
But I mean, even on a deeper level, as cliche as I know this is going to sound, and especially in this particular sphere of people, I think a lot of this stuff is just we're trying to cope with the fact that we're here, and we're just trying to fucking not go insane. And I think that's a catalyst for a lot of these kinds of beliefs.
No, you're dogged wrong. Unfortunately, I hate to say it to you, because I may go on about it quite a lot. But if it happens to you, it's a horrible, horrible experience. Now, my mother confirmed what happened to me. She confirmed it, which means there must be an element of truth to it.
Well, I'm not doubting that you feel you've experienced something. Not at all. I'm not doubting that at all.
I tell you, my whole life, your whole life falls apart. It's a horrible, and it's happened to me again. I'm 70 now. This happened 35 years ago. Something's happening again, which is why I'm here, probably trying to salvage something. But it's awful, because I tell you something, I'm here against my will. When I find out what asshole is responsible for my being here, I'm going to get my big silver sword. I'm going to stab him right in his eyes, because I'm sick
Yeah,
of it.
chickpea. I don't know how to say this, but and
I hate
I hope you don't get insulted. But I genuinely feel you got to let go of the anger.
Yes, I know. I'm very, very angry
And
about it.
I don't know. I don't mean that in a.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean
Yes,
that
I
in
know.
every sense possible. Actually,
Yes,
in
I
every sense
know.
possible.
I know. I admit it. I admit it. I'm raging with it. Raging. It's not funny.
I
I
mean,
said,
I know you can believe or disbelieve in like Buddhism and or in any of the religions, but there are common strands, I believe, in things like having extreme emotions.
yes,
And
I know,
they
JW. Why
do
did I
they
come
do
here?
blind us. They do blind us, and they do also pull down the shutters on our ability to connect to others,
Yes, I know.
and
Why?
also to love yourself and to be kind to yourself. You know.
But CW, right? When you've got this anger that's buried deep inside you, and you don't even know why you've got it anymore, because so I don't even know what I'm angry about half the time. Because I
Well
don't.
then,
I may show you the anger here, but I don't show it in the real world because simple virtue of the fact I daren't. Because I'm only a small female, I'm not very big, so I don't go around raising my voice outside. I do it to you here and to other people here because it's a safe space, and it actually does work. But
yeah, but I will say
the
one
whole
thing.
world, I won't be
I will say one thing,
BMW,
Chickpea, as
I'm
well.
speaking. If you
Okay.
don't mind, I'm speaking. One only has to look at the shit house this world is, at the shit that goes on every day, to see there's a lot of anger in the world. One
Of
hell
course
of a
there
lot.
is. Of course. But I will say one thing
The world
to
is
you, Chickpea.
what?
Although this is a safe space to speak your mind, don't be afraid to try other perspectives or to test your thoughts, because we don't want to stagnate if there's no good reason to. You know what I mean? So don't be frightened of thinking and talking about other ways of thinking or seeing reality. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I know what's going on. I'm not saying that that's going to help you, but I'm saying don't hold on to, don't try to not to be so rigid and attach yourself to something when people see things differently in this world. Okay, so it can be a bit ridiculous to attach yourself to some thought that is traumatic when there are other ways of seeing it. And I'm just saying we may not get to the truth, but at least it may be therapeutic in some sense.
W, a lot of the anger is the anger of existing in this reality.
I know, but the point is you exist, Chickpea. You exist.
Yes,
You're already here. You're already here. So what's the point of being angry?
Well, I can't help it because I don't like it.
I know that, darling. But the point is, you're compounding your trauma by being so extremely angry about it.
No, yeah, but I'm only angry in this little tiny space. I don't go out in the world being angry. In fact, I'm very sweet-natured, actually. People tell me. I bring it.
Well, be careful. Be careful. You don't. You don't poison the pot here and be too angry here. Bring some of your true life nature. I'm just saying, darling. Bring some of your other nature here as well. Don't be so one-dimensional. Is what I'm saying.
I'm only being angry. I'm not even being angry. I'm not being angry at anybody.
No. But I'm saying if you're telling me you behave differently outside of this room, I'm saying don't be just one thing in this room either. Be yourself.
I know, but it's because we've been talking about life and we're talking about existence, and of course we're talking about a subject that's very close to my heart.
It is very close to you. I'm just saying don't be just one thing here. That's all I'm saying. Try and explore.
If we were talking about kittens, I wouldn't be such a grumpy mood I am now, because it's just that you've got two guys here talking about life going back to whatever. Well, that's what I'm angry about. Something's happened back there to me that I'm livid about.
All right.
And I am.
Look, Gary Garner says we have to accept life as suffering.
Yes, I know.
Gaia says the inner space is not little, it's infinite. And We Are Awake says that's the truth, Gaia. Brother Marcus says another day has gone. You are not alone. We are here with you. Though you're far away, we are here to stay, but you are not alone. There you go. Lovely. So that's cheered you up.
Yeah, but my anger, I can assure you, my anger only comes. It's one of the reasons I come here, because it's a safe space for me to find it, because it's so deeply inside me. You wouldn't believe how deeply it's buried. You wouldn't believe it.
I know, darling. I know, but one must be careful we do. I know it's fucking shit, but we do become our thoughts, and you have to guard your thoughts. And I know I'm guilty of it as well, but we have to actually reprimand each other sometimes, and you have to do it to me as well, Chickpea, when I'm going too rigid in one way, when I'm going too much. I mean, first of all, we're all in agreement. We don't know what the fuck's going on here, yeah? So we do have to pull each other up sometimes when we go too much in one direction and say, hey, buddy, you've got no proof of that, or you don't know what's going on here. Don't be so rigid in your thoughts, Yeah, because you can't prove. Yeah.
I want to go and see a therapist, but I know for a fact that no good therapist is going to take me on at the moment because I am very depressed at the moment and they won't take me. I'd have to go via my GP, and there's no point learning, Yeah, at the moment, this is bringing out deeply rooted stuff. You should be pleased that it's working. It's a form of this is a form of group therapy. Group therapy.
It is, but the thing is, it should also be a place we challenge each other in a friendly manner, because the world isn't a place where we can go out and not be challenged. So you should be willing to be challenged here, and we do challenge each other, and that's the good thing about it. We have our thoughts, and we're trying to question what the hell's going on, but we're trying to challenge each other as well, so we don't become deluded, and that's a very important thing, Brother Marcus says he attaches to his stubbornness. He is deterministically made to. Changes take too much work, and he has the wisdom of a rock. There you go.
Is that good or bad, the wisdom of a rock?
Mr. Immovable in his wisdom.
Clever guy.
Very clever guy. So, Chickpea, do you want to bring up the next thing we can talk about, perhaps?
I'm going to be happy and clap. See, I've cheered up again. But no, it's
lovely.
Well, yes. Chickpea, you just said that maybe others don't understand how deeply shoved down your anger is. Those were your words. Don't you'd be surprised. I think that's a fairly universal sentiment.
Is it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think people become very good. Very adept.
Here.
I'll be right back, guys, if you can keep the conversation flowing. But I think that's a good interaction by Yerf Dogs. Continue about that. That's good.
Thing is, Yerf Dog, since I've been coming here, I've become aware of the fact I've got this ball of anger buried really deep inside me, and it's really buried. It's starting to come out.
I mean, I'm not a therapist or anything, so I'm not going to go down the road.
For me.
But everyone has that, and it's people deal with it in different ways.
I'm just fine because when I look at the world, the world looks a very, very angry place to me, very, very angry and full of hatred and all the rest of it. And it does. Because if we were such lovely, sweet-natured people, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing to the planet, or we wouldn't be. But yes, it's
this not directed at Chickpea necessarily. When these things come up, what the system really wants us to is to loop in it, relive these moments, and to feel into it and to identify with it, and then to push it back down for it to be a loop where it comes back up and we push it back down. For me, when things come up within me, I try to purge it, release it, let it go. It's not me. No, I'm not. It's not necessarily directed at you, but I had a moment in November of last year where I did that, where it was like my past and future, like nothing mattered anymore. It's like a complete shift in my energy, and I was at the best place I've ever been in. And it was like I was so aware of myself that it was like, you know what? It doesn't matter what happened in my life. It was all perfect to me because I'm in this moment right now, and everything that happened to me was to keep me away from this state of awareness I'm in. Therefore, it was all perfect. None of it matters. And it kind of shattered any of this past that comes up. It doesn't matter because that's how I kind of flipped the script on this whole mind program. And these attachments that come up and keep looping within us, and we connect with them and identify with them. This is deep stuff that the system really wants us to do. And that's why these things happen to us. That's a big part of it. That's my take on
Yeah. Now,
the
this is
past.
something. This is this anger I feel is something not from this life. It's something else, very profound. Something
A
seething.
past life anger that you're holding on to.
Yes.
No, I know what you're talking about. Like,
Oh,
I,
thank you.
I feel like I really understand where
Thank
you're
you so
feeling,
much.
but at the same time, it's one of those things I don't feel that way anymore. I don't try to judge or come across harsh or anything. I just, it's like DNW was saying though about the power of our language and how that we're not just alone even when we're alone. We have our thoughts that are and these thoughts are living. These words are living. So make friends.
Yeah, but thing is, Gia, I'm real sweet in the outside world. I am. I
Yeah.
never get cross with anyone. I'm very polite to everybody and everything. This is something from another dimension or
Yep.
something. This is not from here.
No, I totally feel you with that. The first 2 weeks of my life, I was born to sleep, and I have chronic fatigue, and I've always loved to sleep.
Do you sleep as well?
I
Tell me about your sleep.
what was that?
Tell me about. I've been known. Once I slept for 24 whole hours when I was young. 24.
16 is the most I've ever made.
I
as
did
as
24 when I was young.
a
I actually did it.
yeah. That's crazy though. I've never known anybody
Lovely.
sleep a whole day.
Yeah, I slept for a whole day. I slept from 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock the following morning. It was so funny because I set my alarm to go to work that evening at 7 o'clock. But anyway, I slept through that. And I was getting ready for work because I used to work in a bar at night. And I noticed that the sun was rising as I was supposed to get ready for work. And I'd actually slept right round the clock, 24 hours. But I often sleep for 14 hours. I love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Don't you?
No, it feels like all of a sudden you're back where you used to be.
Yes,
That's what
I
it
love
feels
it.
like.
Yes. I'm so
At least
glad
for
that
me.
All right, guys. Seeing as we we can use different language. Prophecies. Maybe let's say, can you give an educated guess as to where humanity is headed in the next? Let's just say the next 20 years. Okay, I say 20 years, right? 20 years. Chickpea, the next 20 years, so up to 2045. Where are we headed?
World War III.
Okay. Would you like to expand on anything other than that?
Well, the Bible the Revelation talks about it. I believe what the Revelation says. You know me, I'm one of those weirdos.
But that's fair enough. But why do you say it's going to happen the next 20 years?
Or 20, 30 years, because it says in the Bible the Euphrates is drying up. The woman in the sky has appeared. The mark of the beast is appearing. It's all happening. I believe it. No one else does. It's fair enough. I believe it.
Okay. Ian, brother, do you have any kind of educated guesses as to what you think might happen in the next 20 years for humanity?
Well, if we fall into these programs of what they want us to think, where did all this come from that we're talking about with these prophecies and predictions of this horrible destruction? And when you have vast majority of people subscribing to this future, well, that's probably what they're going to see. So I don't subscribe to the future or the past. I'm just trying to be in this moment. So that's my big thing at this moment, is to be in this moment. And thinking about the future or the destruction and all that stuff, I just can't put my energy into that, because that's where my power lies. So
really sorry, Ian. I got distracted because I got a message on WhatsApp. I'm really sorry, brother. Would you like to just, for me, I know everyone else heard it, but I just want to make sure I'm listening properly. Would you like to just, for me, just repeat that or at least paraphrase it? Sorry, there's that message again. I'll just ignore that. Go ahead.
So again, it was back to what I was talking about again, about the present moment and thinking about the past and the future and all the destruction in the future. This is a big program from this system that they want us to put our energy to and to believe and know this is our future. Well, if we believe and know it and we identify with it, you better believe it's going to happen. These beings have no power. They're parasites. They have to feed off of our energy, and then that's how they get their power.
Okay.
So for me, it's like I'm just going to be in this present moment. I'm not going to give any of my energy into future destruction and suffering. We would, if we don't like the suffering, we have problems with it, right? We don't like to see people suffer because we have a heart, right? At least some of us do, I hope. So why would we want to project that on the future for humanity? Why don't we want to get out of this mess of suffering and destruction? Why would we want to subscribe and put energy to a future of suffering and destruction? It's very counterintuitive to wanting to break out of this system and not be a parasite and take our power back. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Good answer. Ian, after I've done these rounds, I want to ask you about these entities you feel that are living off our suffering, if that's okay. Just remember that one, yeah? So that's what we'll go to next. Gaia, what about you, brother? Where do you think we're headed in the next 20 years?
Well, I really liked what Ian said, about the his idealism, because we should all, idealistically, we should collectively be thinking more positive. Enough of this apocalyptic mindset. We're just going to create it. But in reality, I think we're entering an age of both Kali Yuga and the age of Aquarius. I think we're going to have people becoming enlightened and working together, and we're going to have people that are getting even further in that, that sin conscious state and, mucking things up for the rest of us. So it will be quite an interesting little dance that will be happening.
Okay, and Yerf Dogs, mate, the next 20 years, where do you think we're headed?
Well, there's a lot of optimism here. I'm concerned about basically the shift in demographics with the Islamic religion.
Yes.
I think that's going to that's a massive thing that the West has to contend with. I don't think people are going to become more enlightened. Islam is a very backwards way of thinking, and so I don't think things are going to move forward. I think it's going to be a period of upheaval.
Yes.
So I'm very pessimistic about it, and also with declining birth rates. I mean, we talked about this in the last time. There's going to be a lot of challenges to societal cohesion, infrastructure, national security. All of the what we call developed in scare quotes nations are going to have to contend with these kinds of issues. And I don't know if anyone's really prepared to deal with it. There's also going to be, as far as Japan, I'm pretty sure of this, there's going to be a lot more talk about shifting from end of life care to, as has happened in Canada, to end of life euthanasia. There's going to be more talk about that because the social welfare systems are going to become unsustainable, and I think governments are going to start pushing more and more this idea that older people should off themselves a lot earlier. So there's a lot of, aside from all the spiritual yabba 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 stuff that people might talk about, we have a lot of earthly things that we need to be aware of and sort of make our plans accordingly.
Well said.
I think Ian raised an interesting point in that worrying about the future can have a self-fulfilling prophecy effect.
I think it's less. I don't know if I worry about it. Maybe if I said that, that's not quite correct.
No, not you. I wasn't talking about you.
I'm just observing the trajectories. That's all.
But I do think. I also think that we are living, as usual, we live in a dualistic time, a time of dualistic possibilities. Or listen, there's multiple possibilities, but there's good and bad possible outcomes for everyone or most people. I think was it Pseudo talked about AI? I think AI is the biggest. AI is the thing that's going to be obviously.
I'm not even so sure about that. I have thought that since it sort of exploded over the past couple of years, but recently, just stuff I've been looking at, I'm not as convinced of that as I was.
Right. Okay. Well, what I do think is it's definitely got the ability, Steve, to track, record, and help humans analyze data, right? And I'm not saying that AI is going to become conscious. I just think AI will present a problem in one way or another. Obviously,
Agree
it will
with that.
have benefits as well.
I
But
agree
for
with that.
example, I was listening to a talk today about Meta glasses, right? And Zuckerberg pushing for them, and he was talking about. I mean, Zuckerberg was celebrating recently about how much his AI bot is being used. You know, with like Facebook and what do you call it, WhatsApp as well, and he probably has something else as well. I think he has his own version of Instagram as well, or maybe no, he owns Instagram, doesn't he? So he has Instagram as well. So basically, he was talking about that, and then this article that this person was reading that I was listening to went into just describing meta glasses, and as you're walking along in the future, yeah, you know the way people worry about CCTV now, just be like the proliferation of cameras around the place. In the future, there will be people wearing headsets walking around, and it's basically already started. They're walking around, and they'll be able to read your emotions in real time, basically commodify you even more than you are already commodified. They'll be able to know things about you as they're talking to you, like your social media background, anything that is said about you online, your net worth, perhaps. Who knows what they'll be able to know about you as they're walking around. And and obviously, it will also help people manipulate other people as well, because if they're able to walk around and gauge your mental state, and then all they have to do is press a button. Say they have a desire to sell you something, right? Or to get you to vote in a certain way or whatever. If they have an AI bot reading your facial expressions and listening to your tone of voice, reading your body language, and then in real time giving them things to say to you, all right, to help them manipulate you in one way or other, that is worrying. And in fact, we're on the cusp of that. We are on the cusp of that level of technological ability.
Yeah, I don't deny that AI is going to have a massive impact. I'm just questioning whether it's all it's cracked up to be. But absolutely,
I don't think it's going to. I question its ability to become conscious in that, but I definitely think it can have an unbelievably detrimental effect on humanity. You know,
Dean,
sorry, go ahead, Ian.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. That's
what you were saying about the data and them collecting the data and then programming us. Wouldn't we say that this has already happened? This is already happening, and
it's already happening. It's already happening, Ian. But the point is, I'm just saying it. Like now, say you walk around in town, yeah. I know it's happening on your smartphones, right? But and I know there are cameras around town where they're like watching you, and they are probably getting some data from that as well. But you think about it, Ian. If everybody was wearing a camera, right, on these kind of spectacles or some kind of body cam that was just taking footage 24/7 as they walked around town, like there's literally no privacy, and literally, they could do this. The way you could do that thing where you can search for photographs online, you could do facial recognition and see where someone is. Who's to say in the future that you'll have any privacy at all? They could just see where you are, what you're doing. You'll have no, your literal, privacy will not exist.
I agree with Ian. I think all that stuff is already happening.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's already happening, but you have to. I can't see where you are, what you did in the last hour. You know what I mean? I can't manipulate you in real time. You know what I mean?
They can, right? The beams
they can on a smartphone. I'm just saying.
No.
Oh, right, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say they can, because we're talking about people in this reality living out a script of showing us a timeline of technology and involved with all this stuff, and we see where technology's at and we follow it. This is a looping system within loops within loops. So what we're watching is a technological timeline go down that's already happened. What's the pivotal point of all technology? I've gotten deep into this. What are they going to get into? make us feel love and bliss on command, controlling our neurons with light codes and optogenetic stuff. This is the luminaries in the sky. This is the program. This is the astral realm where everyone feels love and bliss when they're dealing with astral parasites that are giving them suffering life scripts and lessons. And what do we deal? What's technology headed to? Mind wiping. What do we deal with before we come in here? Mind wiping. This is all scripting, NPCs. What do you think a lot of these beings are around us that are seem just empty vessels? These are biological machines.
I agree that we have been programmed or indoctrinated to some way since birth, and we are being watched, and but I just think it's going to be on steroids. I mean, can I bring in Gaia? Because Gaia, you'll back me up here. You think the surveillance will be of much
I know
greater
exactly
effect.
what you're talking about.
And I am worrying that basically that we could get to the stage where, at least now we're having this conversation, but we could well get to the stage where there's no way out of the matrix, Ian, if you want to use that word. There's no way, there's no freedom of thought, there's no freedom of expression, there's no ability to, everything that you see and do is going to be manipulated. Gaia, can you explain it? It's getting late from here, guys, but I need some backup here.
Yeah, well,
sorry, is there a fan on? I think D&W. Sorry, Brother Marcus says he can hear something. Sorry, is that better, Brother Marcus? I've moved it away. So go ahead, Gaia.
Oh, I lost my train of thought. That distracted me. What
basically, Gaia, we're talking about surveillance. You're saying it's the rise of surveillance.
Yeah. So there's a word here. It's called surveillance. And surveillance is, an individual, not an organization or authority that's using a recording device to record other people. And that's what we're talking about. How everybody, has these smartphones and, these GoPros. I just went to an event for the first time in a year, and everybody there dancing was wearing a GoPro recording each other. I mean, this is surveillance in action. And this is where, he's talking about big data and, that how they have the ability to, alter the data and the algorithms to, affect our how we behave as humans. So this is a very, there's a shitstorm of ethics involved right here, because I used to look at this as through an idealistic lens and go, well, great, we'll all be enlightened, nobody will judge each other unless we're being violent, and it'll be a good thing. And now I'm like, okay, we're not there yet. We might need to start thinking and talking about these things.
Yeah.
If I was to have dinner or something with someone and they turned up with fucking Google glasses, I'd tell them to take them off, or they have to leave, or I'd leave. I'm just not going to put myself in those positions.
I understand that, Dogs, and I would too. I'd throw them out the door. But the thing is, youngsters nowadays are being marketed to and manipulated already by the algorithms, by marketeers. I mean, the social networks they're addicted to are obviously, I would say, veering them towards whatever it is the social medias. I mean, they have their marketing plans. They know what they want to keep themselves in the game. This is the social media companies.
Yeah.
So it's a very dangerous time for these. And Yerf Dogs, we lived in a time when we didn't have this. So these alien things to us, I mean, it might be easy for us to say, fuck that shit. But if you grow up manipulated already in this social media like matrix, well, then I think it's going to be very hard for them to. They'll make it sexy. They'll make it addictive. They'll make it like they do it. They do it. They've already done it with so many things. I mean, it's just so scary to think that this could become part of humanity.
Yeah,
well, I guess it's probably like the equivalent of being born like a cocaine addict or something. You don't know. You've got nothing to compare not being a cocaine addict to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, these kids you grew up with. There's kids now who are in their 20s and they've never known
These
anything
kids.
but having the internet. They've never known anything but having the internet. And for me, that's insane. But yeah, I mean, it's a thing, isn't it? I mean, there's kids probably now who don't remember life before a smartphone, because when they came to kind of an age, basically, I don't know, when did smartphones come out? Probably 2005-ish, was it, or something like that?
Somewhere about that.
Yeah, so there's probably kids. There's kids now, like in their 20s, who don't remember life before the smartphone. For fuck's sake, I
Yep.
mean, that's crazy.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about because we're creating this culture where we're like turning all of reality into Hollywood. You know, we're all performers, and okay, we need millions of child actors. It's a really dystopian place we're headed if we don't navigate this in a careful manner.
Having said that, it is a dystopian place where we're possibly headed. Let's hope it could also be utopian. Let's still hope for that. But I mean, there are some great things that could happen as well. I mean, we could have the cure for cancer. We could have cure for a lot of diseases, etc., etc. We could have some type of. We could have free energy. That could help billions of people around the world. We could have developments in food and agriculture that will help people.
Yeah, we could have AI check personality types to, maximize social cohesion.
We could have so many things, yeah,
That would be a really good thing if you could actually build communities that function together. Not these illusions of a functional society. And we're still living in the Wild West over here. If you could admit to that reality, we have some work to do.
Right, guys. I want to say at this juncture, if anybody else wants to come on, the link is in chat. Brother Marcus, Pseudo History, Escape the Matrix, Pamela, whoever's there. There's somebody else there. Lindis, the link is in chat now, so do come on. We will close the show, I suppose, in another while, but it would be good to have a few more voices on. And then you guys can chat backstage if you want. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, whoever was talking there next.
Wasn't Ian going to talk about D&W? Didn't you ask him to talk about what?
Oh yeah.
Beings or something.
These kind of entities you feel, Ian, are feeding off us our suffering, brother.
The energy harvesters, the machine, the parasite, right?
Right. I mean, there's definitely humans who benefit from our oppression and our downfall in this world, but you'd extend it from that to kind of. I don't know. Would you call it spiritual forces or interdimensional beings? What would you attribute it to?
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, Ian, before you go on, Chickpea is a major David Icke fan. She has all his books, so I don't know what you think of him, but he talks a lot about that. But anyway, go ahead, Ian.
David Icke's all right, but I don't really subscribe to.
Is he controlled opposition, perhaps?
I don't know about that. A lot of people are controlled opposition, but they don't even know it. Like a lot of people around us we call them almost agents, but most agents don't know that they're really an agent of the machine, protecting their enslavement.
I think David Icke's a shill. Do you think that?
My problem, David Icke doesn't seem to be coming from that true space, and he says nature is like this evil. I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No.
You know, in black magic, if the musician tells his victims exactly what he plans to do to them, the spell is stronger, and I think that's what's going on. You get what I mean? So we're being informed what's going on because I don't know where he gets all this information from, and by doing so, we will submit, and the spell will be stronger. You must know that, yeah, about black magic.
Yeah, so he speaks a lot of truth for sure, and I agree with a lot of things about different systems and programs in this realm and beings or I don't know what you want to call them. I don't know what label, because you could throw whatever label you want, but I call it a parasite, something that feeds off of energy, and that's their power source. That's the invader that came into this realm and turned a lot of us into it, where we become this parasite, and we don't tap into our true energy field that's endless. They made energy external, your power bill, your cell phone level of power, and all this stuff. This is external power that we've given up being used against us all around us. The internet, we had a way of communicating with each other, and all these things within us, and all this power that's now external because we forgot who we really are and we don't remember. So therefore, here we are in this with this invader, this parasite,
Yes.
that's operating and engineered us with limited senses and limited ability to see what's really there and to decode this reality.
Mm.
We can supersede that and surpass that. We have the ability, but so yeah, they're here and they think they're in control, but they're not.
Oh, they are.
Can I just say, if Divine wants to come back, she can come back and talk straight away. Sorry, Divine, if you can come back, please do.
Oh,
Sorry, go
Ian,
ahead, JP.
I do believe they're in charge. I think they're in charge.
Well, now they're in charge. From your now in your reality, they're in charge, and now you're in this state of these beings being in charge of you. For me, it's like I don't take up that space and that within me. It's like, no, you're not in charge of me anymore. I'm not a part of you. You're not me. I'm not one with you. I see you for who you are. I'm awake. I'm aware, and I'm in this present moment. And there's nothing you can do to me.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know they're here, but I'm just as much a prisoner or whatever it is they call us, a meat bag. And I'm trying to
I
find.
agree with Marcus. He's talking about corporate managers. The things that Ian's describing sounds like HR to me.
What's that?
All these beings that are scaring of you, and just these the things that the way you describe stuff, it just sounds like HR managers in corporations.
Yes.
Oh, really? HR man, like a human
Oh, yeah.
resources department
Yeah.
at a company? Okay, I don't see that.
Well, it does sort of remind me, supposedly there's supposed to be some sort of holy bureaucracy. You know, that's even where we sort of get our earthly legal system from. And supposedly there's even a prison in heaven, you know, so it's pretty funny when it comes to those kinds of things.
I'm not concerned with it anymore. These, whatever they are, I just know who I am, and that's all if I'm concerned about anything, it'd be that. I have no fear within me. That's what they really feed off of. So.
You might like the cartoon I made a while back.
It's so true.
Yeah.
So Divine is on the show. Divine, hopefully you'll be able to talk. She's having huge problems with her telephony tonight. Yeah, it's loading. Divine, you're on the show. Can you say anything? Can you let us know that you hear us? Hello, Divine. All right.
D&W, I know you're about to shut down. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna. I really enjoyed this conversation. I got to run, but I'm gonna post this and link your channel tomorrow morning or afternoon.
Yeah, we'll have to do more. And
together, I'll be back.
We'll have to do more together in the future. You know,
yeah,
we should do
for
some
sure.
kind of, shared streams. You know, and just grow together. You know, be good.
Yeah, I'm ready for that for sure, and I'll be back, and I'll make sure everyone comes over here too. And thanks everyone for the conversation. Nice to meet everybody.
And
I found your channel and I subbed to it too. So
yeah. Ian, if you could comment under the channel tomorrow, and I'll pin it for everybody. Just to,
for sure, I will. Thanks, bro.
All right, brother. Take
Much
care.
appreciated, everyone.
All right,
take
care,
man.
Ian. By the way, Chickpea, Ian is a chef, aren't you, Ian? So there's another man, a man that can cook. Chickpea can't cook. She couldn't cook toast, Ian. So
no, I can make toast. That's going a bit far. I can make toast, but I'm going to have to cook a carrot.
She likes a man who can cook, you know. Yes. But Ian's taken. He's got a lovely. you got a lovely partner there, so he's all right. But anyway,
appreciate everybody. Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
So yeah. Right. If anybody else wants to come on here, please do. The link, it should be in chat.
W hasn't done any harm. I'm 70, still here. Everything's working just fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it hasn't done any harm.
What hasn't done you any harm? Sorry.
Eating raw food and toast.
Right,
I live on wholemeal bread.
Yeah. Well, they do say that's the ultimate. That's what we're meant to do. You know, we're meant to eat raw food. They do say that. I mean, we only started cooking our food. What I suppose, I don't know. I don't exactly know. And in actual fact, it's a long, long time ago. If you take into our Homo erectus
Oh yeah, the cooking changed
ancestry.
our evolutionary
Yeah, but
path.
apparently they were doing that a million years ago or more. The Homo erectus.
Huh.
I'd have been quite happy in the Garden of Eden, living off the fruit of the trees. More than happy.
It's still there. Go
Some
to
apples.
it.
But the Buddha, that is Brother Marcus, says that he proudly proclaims that he has transcended the ego and he's better. Thank you for listening and your time. There you go. He's reached nirvana. So I'm glad that we have helped somebody, although he must have helped himself because we're all illusions. So, yeah. Anything else, guys, before we wrap up? If anybody else wants to come on, please do. You've got about a few minutes to do so.
Is it just me, or is it? Do you have some kind of reverb on your voice? Like just totally off topic, but
is it okay? Let me check.
Yeah, I've been hearing it. It's not terrible, but it's
no,
there.
no. I just thought it was an effect you're putting on to make it sound more.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah,
is it?
Not better, just different.
Is it? Is that better?
You could change your voice. How do you do that?
It's my microphone. I didn't know. I didn't know. Is it better now? I don't know. Does it sound the same?
Sounds much better to
the
me.
reverb's off.
This was what it was like before by accident. Is that different?
This sounds good.
The sound is good now?
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. Strange. It's my microphone.
I'm always in cat mode.
My microphone. In fairness, it's not the most high-end microphone, so I don't know. But anyway.
Maybe it's actually very sensitive, but the filtering techniques in it aren't as good as it could be.
Yeah. So, Brother Marcus says it's lonely at the top, but it's comforting looking down upon everyone at the bottom. He's got his Schadenfreudian delight going there.
Yes.
He says, Namaste. He's transcended us, yeah.
Everybody climbing the mountain, nobody digging down into the earth.
Weird. Divine says she's showing up that she's on the show, but her thumbnail is not present. Divine, can you talk? Can you try talking?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
we hear you.
Yeah. We hear you, Divine.
Okay.
How are you
I
doing,
guess
Divine?
the bugs will work out as time goes on. Yeah, I've been on the phone for hours the last 3 days with Samsung and T-Mobile, and they couldn't seem to resolve it. And looks to me like it's still not resolved. So that's okay.
Well, you're coming through loud and clear.
I don't have exactly great internet out here where I live anyway, so it's amazing I can even join the show at all. And I thank you for tolerating me.
That's okay. What did you think of tonight's conversation? If you heard
it was
I don't
excellent.
know if you could hear
I enjoyed it a lot. I was able to hear it through my tablet while I was playing around with the phone.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got to.
I just gave them total access to see if they could figure it out on their end, and they said there was nothing that was wrong. But like as I can see, I'm in the show, but my thumbnail isn't coming up, so there's still something not correct.
Okay.
So,
well, didn't that happen with Pamela the other day too?
Life goes on. Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That's okay. As long as I can help participate, that'd be great.
Yep.
Right, Divine, did you have anything you'd like to say about prophecies or anything we were talking about tonight?
No, just everything that everyone was saying, I agreed with. Didn't have any discrepancies on that part.
Okay. Pseudo history says AI is already aware. Lindis, do you want to come on here, Brother Marcus? Do you want to come on here? Pseudo history, Pamela, anybody else want to come on here? Let me know. We've got a few minutes. So you can have a little. You can have your moment to say whatever it is you want to say, and if you want to, you can chat backstage afterwards. So just let me know. Let me know at least if you want to come on or not. I'll share the link in case you do. Chickpea, I suppose we'll go around and say like kind of closing remarks. Have you got anything to say, Chickpea?
Sorry to be just a grumpy old bag today, but I am a grumpy old bag.
Is that all you want to say?
Yeah. What else can I say?
All right, Gaia, anything
No,
to
I'm
say?
sorry. Yeah, it's
Just be well, find peace. That's sort of the mantra that's hitting my head right now. Be well,
Be-
find peace.
Be well, find peace. Lovely. Yerf Dog's brother, have you got anything you'd like to announce or say?
No, all good, mate. Good chat.
Okay, bro. And
actually, yes, dog. You live in Japan, don't you? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Is it really as I sometimes watch stuff on it because I've got a friend of mine who comes from Japan. She lives in the block, but it looks incredibly modern. Japan, is it really that modern? All these clever little gadgets everywhere and all sorts of clever things.
Yep.
Is it really like that?
Yep.
Really? Because they've got
Obviously not over the entire country, but
it's
yeah.
just like the big cities, is it? Tokyo.
Yeah, and Tokyo and Osaka, and that, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, my block where I live is so multicultural. We've even got a Japanese lady living there. We've got Mexicans, Japanese, all sorts. It's lovely. Very nice. I like diversity.
Okay, and Divine, any closing remarks from you, madam?
No, it's just a pleasure being part of it. And I thank you very much for having the show, DNW.
That's okay. It was nice to have Ian. Thank you, Ian. If you're listening still, thank you for joining us. It was interesting to have you on. Good stuff. And I did enjoy it as usual. There was a wide array of, opinions as to what is going on. I'll be honest, I'm still none the wiser, but at least we tried, is what I always say. At least we tried, and at least we had fun doing it, I suppose we came together in good faith and had a good time. And that's what matters, And also there was some food for thought, some stuff to think about, some stuff to explore. And I suppose we'll keep reading a little bit about the prophecies as well next time as well. And I do have to get back to A Course in Miracles. I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it, Divine. If anybody else wants to read it instead of me, I'd be happy about that. But
it's your show, and you should be reading what you desire.
Yeah, don't force it, brother. It even says in the course, whatever about it being on your time. Don't force it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because I've only got 160 pages left, but it's
you be you, darling.
I've read 250 or something, and I just mate, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just, my heart's not in it at the moment. I just don't know if I think I've got the gist of it already, and I don't really need to know anything else. Oh yeah, they believe that we should forgive people. They believe that we should. What else is it? Basically, love is the only thing that exists. Everything else is an illusion.
Who made that? Was that you, Hate Divine?
For reals, what was that?
Brother Marcus says, "I am wiser now because he has corrected me, and I'm welcome." I appreciate you, Brother Marcus. Thank you for your correctional interjections. Always appreciated. And Pamela says, "I love being indoors. I wouldn't want anything more."
Yeah, I know you feel, Pamela. I know how you feel there.
The great indoors, right?
There you go. There you go.
Well, thing is, where I live, it's become so dangerous going out for a walk because we're allowed to have pavement cyclists on the pavements here. So you have to be so careful where you walk. You got the same where you live, DNW?
What's that? Sorry?
Pavement cyclists?
Psychopaths. Cyclopaths.
Psychopaths.
So careful.
Oh my God. That's a
Yes.
term.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Yes, they're everywhere.
Yes.
So are they just like bike messengers, or people just riding their bikes?
No, they have kind of like we've kind of given over a lot of footpaths, some of the footpath to cycling,
So it's more just transportation. People are just being dicks about it.
I tell you, where I live in East London, there's so many pavement cyclists, and I tell you, I've been knocked over by pavement cyclists.
No, but there's a lot of people going around illegally typing on electric scooters and stuff. Like,
yes, I know, and I actually got spat at. And when I called the police about it, because I was spat at, what they said to me? Did he attack you with a knife? So I said no, and they said, "Oh well, that's all right then." That's how bad things are getting here.
Yeah.
People have been killed.
Okay.
Pedestrians.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Okay, guys. Well, we'll leave it there, guys. The link is in chat. If you quickly want to click on it and come backstage, I'll just quickly share it. So it's there now. But I'm going to end the show in like 10 seconds. The link is there. Click it if you want to come backstage and chat. But I am going to end the show in, well, I suppose roughly. What did I say? 10 seconds if I can find the countdown somewhere. Here we go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Right,
5, 4, 3,
Night.
2,
Are we in space now?
1, 10, 9.
Oh, went
8.
over it again. There we go. Good night, everybody.
Night,
Take
DNW.
care.